Fleeting Death, Space Pirates. Written in red by Michael McIndoe. It is the year 2527. Space mining has finally been achieved. The resources then brought us space construction, free of the expenses of launches. Humanity became able to build large structures in space. What came next was an extremely costly and unreliable method of warp travel, allowing humanity to quickly visit other star systems. The sheltered Earthlings of their techno-monoculture found themselves standing at the shore of a boundless frontier, the final frontier. Humans and machines fight in a futile battle of survival in this inhospitable existence. Just to live on par with humans of the past, a spaceman requires a vast wealth and knowledge. Centuries ago, they would each be millionaires. Now they are lucky to be indentured slaves to ruthless quintillionaires who regard them as parasites. Even the brightest minds are expendable, with millions of others always waiting to take their place. The Sargasso, also known as Sector X2, is a large cluster of star systems located on the very fringe of human settlement and 90 light-years from Earth. This sector has been hotly contested since the discovery of its once inhabitable world, Crag Null. Considered to be one of the worst sectors, the Sargasso is home to many criminals, black ops teams, madmen, and anomalies. Here, the space pirates, known as the Sargasso Marauders, are just trying to stay sane and survive. Chapter 1. The Spell Sword. Earth time 0902, Greenwich Mean Time, 11/02/2527. Location: Eden Forest, Continent of Albion. A man clad in a cloak is riding a demonic horse into a quiet Victorian-era village. The jingle of his equipment punctuates the steps of his steed. The scenery is that of a lush forest in the summertime, with very tall trees obstructing most of the sun's rays. From the shade of his wide-brimmed hat, he gazes through a white, bird-like mask at the strange townsfolk. Humanoid, purple, canine-like creatures wearing clothes and going about their average village business, fixing the shingles on a roof, leaning on a fence and talking. In the grass, there are even children playing tag or catching butterflies. This is nothing new to Nurbeck, but he was in a pensive mood, ruminating on how real they seemed. He watched the little girls frolicking with their butterflies in a grassy field. Nurbeck couldn't help but think about all the horrible things happening to children just like this, elsewhere in the universe. All the ways they're being made to suffer and die, and it goes on for eternity. An intrusive thought entered his mind, how it would be so easy to destroy this scene. The last echo of their existence will simply be their creator saying, "Oh, come the fuck on." So lost in thought, Nurbeck hadn't realized the alien which was addressing him. It inquired with a man's voice, "Hello there, you passing through? Traveling?" Nurbeck's eyes shift to the alien's furry, purple face, a look of concern upon it. He whispers low through the high collar of his coat, "Yes." On closer inspection, the villager looks like a particular breed of dog, the ones with bushy mustaches. "Don't travel west," the villager gesturing with an open hand to the trees. "Avoid the valley and the river over that tree line." Nurbeck's eyes glance there, then back to the villager. He asks, "Cursed? In what way?" The man looks grim. "Demons. Horrors that come in the night. Some missing their eyes, sometimes with long claws. Some look like humans, wearing masks and bearing weapons. They are hostile to everything that comes near them. They're always hunting. Mostly just scout in the daytime, though, then attack under darkness." Nurbeck seems to stare into space ahead of himself. The villager sees him lost in thought, but swears he could see an amused smile just behind the man's high collar. "Demons, you call them," he mutters. "They causing you trouble?" The villager replies, "Well, yes. We've lost some people. They kill our animals, they destroy and plunder. They have plagued the forest for about 2 months now. They took a mill and a water wheel from us down the road there." Nurbeck asks, "Does anyone have any idea where they originated?" The villager responds, "No idea. We have nothing." "I see," says Nurbeck, leaning on his knee. The dogman nervously asks, You're not with them, are you?" Nurbeck turns to him with his bone-white bird face and gaping eye holes. "What makes you say that?" "Well, you kind of look like a few of them." Nurbeck rubs under his beak pensively as he looks to the tree line. "No, I wouldn't say that. But this does intrigue me." The villager's dog face turns concerned and almost pleads. No, sir. I wasn't suggesting you go fight them. We just need to let travelers know. Don't worry about us." "It's fine," Nurbeck raises a hand. "I will take care of your problem." He holds up a finger. "However, I ask of you one favor in return." The villager seems confused and inquires, "Favor? What would that be?" Nurbeck gestures to halt with his hand and says calmly, "Nothing serious, nothing difficult. I will simply ask that your village set aside a simple chore. Nothing big." The dogman hums curiously and looks off into the distance to think. Looking back to the horseman with concern, he says, "There's a lot of them. Don't kill yourself on our behalf." Nurbeck assures him, "I shan't be committing suicide today. Before I go, I have one more thing to ask of you." He holds a piercing stare on the villager and orders, "Hold still." The villager is perplexed, but does so. The gothic birdman clutches an amulet as he sends a message with his mind. "Tally, scan, front view, center. The anthropomorphic dog man. Identify breed." The two maintain a stare for a moment. A valley girl responds. "Totally looks like a Yorkshire Terrier, but purple." Nurbeck replies, "I see. Looked familiar. Never knew the name. That's all I needed for now. The horseman begins moving down the road into the cursed valley. The dogman shouts to him, I wish you luck, stranger. Be careful. Nurbeck shouts to the air, I will bring back their heads. The dogman, hands on his hips, watches the intimidating birdman leave on his infernal steed down the road toward the tree line. Nurbeck relaxes as his horse follows a dirt road through winding forested paths into the valley. He tilts his hat up to take in the tranquil scenery. It was midday, the sunlight broken by tree branches. The birds sing, there are butterflies and other insects buzzing and fluttering about in the tall grass. The leaves gently rustle in the wind. The sound of rushing water gradually grew louder. Sure enough, a stone bridge came into view, just down the hill and around the corner. On this side of the river was a building with a water wheel that is still churning away. Nurbeck's spurs jingled as he approached the door and opened it. First, he was hit by a strong miasma, and then he gazed into the darkness. They had their eyes gouged out, beaten severely, a very twisted fate for cartoonish animals. The sight of the corpses was uncanny enough that it actually disturbed Nurbeck. He was frozen, staring at it all. The way they were slumped over each other in the dusty darkness of this house. Lifeless, no eyes, total stillness, total silence. He felt goosebumps. His heart sank. A valley girl's voice speaks again. Oh my god, that's so terrifying. Well, Nurbeck says, they are made to be the most cruel and intimidating. To an absurd degree. It's crazy how intricate they are in their handiwork. He walks slowly, examining the mutilated animal people. Several are hanging from the rafters by their entrails. It's like something from my childhood. The valley girl voice asks. Then why do you do it? I hate how humans are always stuck reacting to things that they can't deal with. Always making scapegoats for them to redirect their angst. I don't know, he sighs. Maybe that is just what we do. There's a moment of deafening silence as he continues to walk around the mill. It really lets him take in each of their brutalized faces. It really is horrific. Like something out of a child's nightmares. This single-handedly would traumatize any person not acclimated to gore and horror. They seem to have dumped corpses here for the villagers to find, just to terrorize them. I wonder which of those dog people found this place, he says to himself. This would be a lot for them to handle. Oh, that would be so awful. Are you going to help them? He sighs again, gazing at a large mound of animal corpses and their various eyeless, bloody, frozen expressions of terror. Yeah, but I have something good planned. Suddenly, the corpse pile begins to shuffle and rise. Nurbeck is startled as he jumps back, his hand on his sword. Shit, he mutters. A humanoid stands with his arms out, covered in pelts, stitched together. He has an eyeless dog's howling face. The being curdles, as if gargling on liquid as it draws a huge serrated blade. Nurbeck swings and creates an arc of red energy, which slices the being in two and cuts apart the wall of the mill behind it. Fuck off, he says. On closer inspection, it seems to be a man wearing the pelts of the creatures. God knows what he's been doing with them. That brings into question what the others have been doing as well. The valley girl speaks. That was messed up. Are you going to fight the rest of them? Yeah, he replies. I know where they are. She groans. Why don't you just come back to the palace, baby? I don't like you seeing these things, and you might get hurt. So, he replies, leave the villagers to their fate then. No, She pouts. Baby, be careful. He smirks, feeling touched by her worry. It's alright. I'll be back soon. His spurs jingle as he walks around the room. Some of them are flayed, clearly being worn as masks and clothes. Spooky symbols and cryptic messages are written in blood. The living will envy the dead, and you are next, and such things. Stepping back outside and into the light, the tranquil scene belies the nightmarish one just behind him. It is obvious that this is only the beginning. He looks off into a direction, seeming transfixed. Then, Nurbeck climbs up onto his demonic steed, which begins to walk further down the road. More humanoids hung from trees and impaled on spikes. This came as less of a surprise, and he thought about how predictable they are. They weren't exactly built with complexity in mind. Still, he's impressed by how effective they are, not just in killing, but in making an intimidating scene. His eyes shift to movement in the trees. He suddenly feels a powerful punch at his chest and finds himself being thrown off his horse. A loud boom roars as Nurbeck falls to the ground. Motherfucker! He yells as he scrambles back to his feet. He throws his hands out and creates a red wall of energy before himself and the horse. There's another boom and a ricochet as the assailant takes another shot. During this time, Nurbeck meticulously pulls a long rifle out of his coat. He draws it and takes aim at the shield. Through the scope, he seems certain on the shooter's position. The shield suddenly disappears, and in the same instance, Nurbeck fires his rifle. The bang and recoil is enormous, stumbling him somewhat. Got you, fucker. He peers through the scope and scans the area. And there's his friend, he mutters, firing another powerful shot into the trees. Checking the scope again, he lowers his rifle. Seems clear now, he says to his horse. Let's go, Binky. The two begin to walk side by side down the path. They pass another clever arts and crafts made of someone's bones. Nurbeck keeps shifting his eyes and walking with the rifle in his hands. Even the horse is glancing and staying on edge. Nurbeck senses the rustling of leaves in the distance and raises the gun again to check the scope. Several glowing white signatures show up in the distance on his vision, despite the foliage. He puts a hand to his ear, detecting faint drums and the occasional howl from deeper in the forest. Yep, here's the problem, says Nurbeck, as if he's a plumber finding a leak. Let's see. He casually looks ahead into the forest, his hand on his chin as he thinks. It looks like a lot of them. Shall I nuke the place? Nah, no fun. Plus, I want to see what they've been up to. He puts the rifle away into his coat. 4 men in power armor with pulse rifles suddenly appear out of nowhere beside him. Gentlemen, Nurbeck places his hands behind his back as he addresses them formally. We have a compound of 100 crazies up ahead. I'm going to need you to protect my flank, and I want snipers taken out. They're annoying. The goal is to eliminate all hostiles at the camp. Do I make myself clear? They say in unison, Sir, yes, sir! Nurbeck unsheaths his sword and points toward the camp. Onward! The party ventures into the forest, rustling leaves and snapping branches as they walk. A group of muscular humanoids with scary masks are startled and come to investigate. Nurbeck slashes the air with his sword, making a red energy arc that flies and bisects them all, along with the nearby trees. We're under attack! Yells someone in the camp ahead. A horn sounds and there are the cries of madmen, making all sorts of deranged noises as they begin to emerge and scatter into the forest. Nurbeck's soldiers begin firing blue pulses into the foliage. Nurbeck stands at the forefront, readying his malign sword. Binky stands behind the group. Despite being vastly outnumbered, Nurbek's group is able to match the numerous volleys of the enemy's guns. He projects an energy shield with his sword, returning fire with ranged slashes as his soldiers keep firing their blue pulses into the bushes. Nurbek hurls an orange light up ahead, igniting where it lands. The screams of the enemy can be heard. As anticipated, the enemy attempts to suppress his group with heavy fire as melee fighters begin to run around their flanks. The soldiers cut some of them down, but are hard-pressed to engage a 200-degree range of enemies. Several masked maniacs manage to get close, making intimidating noises and slashing at the soldiers. One soldier parries a masked barbarian's axe, then reposes with his long, electrically charged bayonet into the man's heart. The barbarian jolts and retches before being felled. Another soldier fires his pulse rifle with one hand as he punches a masked slasher in the face, stunning him and finishing him with a pulse charge to the head, exploding it. Nurbek alternates between slashing at these melee fighters and then slashing energy arcs into the bushes, felling several trees each time. Binky kicks several masked men, exploding their heads and protecting the rear. After several minutes of intense fighting, the enemies are mostly slain. The rest begin to scatter. 2 of Nurbek's soldiers perished, one to melee combat and the other to gunfire. The remaining members advance into the enemy camp, which has a barbarian aesthetic. Log cabins, skulls, mangled corpses, some roasting over open fires. Flayed skin and bones adorn several exteriors and interiors. Some masked maniacs remain inside the buildings as they sweep like a SWAT team, attempting to ambush from the shadows. Nurbek's party simply scatters them into gibs. There eventually is a silence, heavily contrasting the long fighting which had just occurred. There is nothing now but the gentle wind blowing the leaves and the crackle of fire. Nurbek's spurs jingle as he walks around the now dead camp. "Christ, that was an intense fight," says Nurbek to himself. "That was awesome." He investigates the camp, finding unsurprising evidence of the inhabitants' obsession with horrific torture and corpse art. Flayed corpses, dismembered body parts, and so on. He walks through a log cabin that stinks of death, as with the others. Followed by his soldiers, he enters a room. There, he finds a dog child, tied to a post by its arms. It looks up at him, fearful and unsure of him. It looks absolutely traumatized. Nurbek returns the gaze, his eyebrows raised. He discerns that it is a girl, from her whimpers and from the torn dress that she wears. The valley girl nags in his ear. "Oh my. You better save that girl or I swear." "Well," he says, "what have we here? Do you speak?" She just maintains that frozen stare, trembling. "Ah, shock. Well, my dear," he says, leaning closer to her and attempting to look sincere. "You have nothing to fear. We have made the bad men go away." Beaming sincerity into her, she seems to ease herself, as if wanting to believe him. Nurbek states, "When I remove your bindings, do not run. There may still be some about, but you are safe with me." She just looks up at him, still seemingly so stunned by all of this. Nurbek kneels down to her, a knife emerging from his sleeve. He cuts her restraints. She just sits there for a moment, looking around, glancing at Nurbek, the soldiers, the exit. Nurbek offers her a hand. She hesitates, but takes it. Helping her stand, he then leads her out of the cabin. They step outside, back to the bleak, barbarian village where so many have died. He looks around, as if pondering. The girl gasps under him. He notices that she is startled by his fearsome, demonic horse. Its red eyes glance down at her. Nurbek smiles and says, "Oh, That's just Binky. That's my horse. He's a good boy. Aren't you, Binky? He pets the infernal steed's mane. The girl is calmed somewhat, and he lifts her up onto the saddle. He then climbs up and positions himself behind her, grabbing Binky's reins. He circles around the camp for a moment, the girl's wide eyes gazing around. He returns to the two soldiers and says from his steed, "Well done, men. The battle is won. Your next mission will be to watch this camp and kill any more of the masked barbarians. Tomorrow, you will patrol the forest and search for the rest, as well as any other creatures which could harm the villages around here. You are now the watchful guardians of this land. Godspeed." The soldiers beat their hearts and nod. "Sir, yes, sir!" On his horse, Nurbeck trots out of the camp and through the trees. He keeps the girl secure in his lap, not allowing the horse to move too quickly for her. She keeps glancing up at him as they ride. She asks, "You killed the demons?" He's a bit surprised that she speaks, but he calmly replies, "Indeed. I wanted something of your village and I knew exactly what your problem was." They pass one of the impaled corpses and another which was lynched. "Yes," he says, glancing around. "I forgot about these guys, but I could tell it was them. Mainly the masks. I know their arsenal and tactics, so it was a simple matter." She asks, "How do you know so much about the demons?" Nurbeck doesn't speak for a moment. The girl turns and glances up at him. She sees a horrible, wide grin on his face. He coldly states, "I summoned them here to destroy this place, to torment the one who rules over it." Her eyes are wide and she trembles, paralyzed with fear. She's speechless. She's too scared to even cry. Her eyes trailing downward. Then she stares ahead with a defeated gaze. She says nothing more, as if her spirit had been crushed finally. Nurbeck returns to the village, searching for the elder. The villagers gawk at him, surprised that he returned. There's a gasp as a woman yells, "Alagona!" She runs up to the horse, eyes wide with relief. Nurbeck lifts the shell-shocked child up, lowering her down and offering her to the woman. The woman sobs as she hugs the child. The man from before steps forward, surprised and curious about how it went. Nurbeck declares, "I have slain the demons. They shall trouble you no more." The villagers look at each other, stunned by this. The man asks, "Did you bring back the heads?" Nurbeck's eyes widen as he quickly feels around his horse with his hand. He slaps his own forehead and yells, "Fuck!" The man raises an eyebrow, concerned for Nurbeck. That's alright. You rescued Alagona, and we could hear the explosions. I believe you." "Yes," responds Nurbeck with sudden grandiosity. "It was an intense battle where I single-handedly slew countless demons before rescuing the child. As I said, they shall trouble you no longer." The man makes a relieved sigh. "I don't know what to say, stranger. Eden Forest has been a nightmare for months. We're in your debt." Nurbeck holds up a finger and says, "That is correct. And now you will give me what I want." "All right," the man asks, obviously afraid of what this psycho's demands might be. "What do you want?" Nurbeck points to a long flower garden adorning the side of a shop at the town square. "That garden," he explains, "you will cultivate flowers to spell out a statement. The statement is thus: Dion sucks cocks." There's a pause. The man raises an eyebrow and tilts his head, unsure of what he heard. He exchanges glances with the others before looking back at Nurbeck. He asks, "Dion sucks cocks?" "Yes," replies Nurbeck. "That is all I ask." The dogman inquires further, "The Lord Dion?" "Precisely," answers Nurbeck. The man sucks air through his teeth, a bit stressed. He turns and consults with a few others for a moment. Returning, he says, "Okay, we will do it." Nurbeck taps his fingertips together as he says, "Excellent. I will return one day to check on things here. For now, I have other matters to attend to." Nurbeck tips his wide-brimmed hat. "Farewell, Edenians." With that, Nurbeck saunters off on his horse. The villagers have mixed feelings, but some wave him off and say their goodbyes. The girl gazes from her mother's arms, still disturbed by what he told her. As Nurbeck is leaving the village on his horse, there's a nagging valley girl voice in his head. "Why the hell did you say that to that girl? What the hell is wrong with you?" Chapter 2, LC-658. Earth Time 0341, GMT 13:02:2527. Location X242, Kensington. Aboard the refining ship LC-658. Two men chitter in the darkness like cockroaches. "Come on, man. These guys are pirates. They'll kill us." "Exactly. They're pirates. Criminals. You have to get in their heads. They have to resort to crime because they're weak. They have to steal from producers like our bosses. They're weak. Harold, our bosses are nowhere near here. These guys have guns and armor, and we don't have shit." "Oh, boo-hoo. You can't just complain the world is unfair and do nothing. You have to face the challenge head-on like the producers do. And who do you think gets blamed for this when management finds out? We let this happen, so we gotta show we can clean up our own messes." The man replies, "Harold, nobody's here seeing this aside from me, and you aren't fooling me. You go out there, and you get shot, they're gonna know people have been hiding out here. And then I have to die next because of your dumbass." Harold becomes flustered. "They killed Terry. They're not going to stop until we're all dead. You know these kinds of losers. They hate us by nature. They're sadists. And they want to kill us and rob what they can't make themselves." "Like you even care. They shot Terry because he fought them. They fucking electrocuted him to death inside of his work suit. Because he was worried about what our dead bosses would think. He didn't want to get screamed at for losing a ship. And Basil is probably dead now too because you yelled at him to quit whining," interjects Harold. "Somebody's got to take control. I'm going to show our boss how we get things done while I'm in charge. Then I'll be running things, and I'll be retired in no time. It just takes hard work. As for this, I've already got a plan." "Dude, no. You seriously gain nothing from this. Fucking think about it. Management does not care about—" A silhouette quietly pushes the door open. Harold looks both ways before darting off, a big crowbar in hand. The other shadow from within the shipping container runs to the door to close it. Stepping through the narrow gaps of the shipping containers, he peeks around the corner at an aisle of the cargo bay. There walks a man in bulky black armor with purple decals and a skull painted on its visor. He has a pistol in one hand, something else in the other. Harold doesn't take long to look before hiding away again. He formulates a plan. Harold finds some nuts and bolts on the ground. Taking a handful, he chucks them down and across the aisle, behind the other wall of containers. The pirate stops and turns toward the sound. He readies his pistol and begins approaching it. One can only hear their own heartbeat in this deafening silence. As he walks past, Harold steps out and starts sneaking behind him, crowbar readied. He strikes the pirate's right hand where the pistol is. It makes a loud thump as the pirate suddenly turns and parries it with his forearm, throwing Harold off balance. "Big mistake," says the pirate through his helmet's speaker. The pirate pistol whips Harold in the face, knocking him back 2 meters. Stomping after him, the pirate kicks Harold in the chest with his big boot. Harold skids another 4 meters across the aisle. The pain in his upper body is already indescribable. Running on pure adrenaline, Harold scrambles to his feet and barely escapes the swipe of the pirate's big, gauntleted hand. The pirate then points a pistol at him, just as Harold ducks around a corner of a container. Panting and desperate, he turns a few more corners to make his way to the door of the cargo hold. Just as he steps through it, he feels a massive, overwhelming jolt of electricity before collapsing to the floor. Looking up in a daze, Harold sees another large black figure. His eyes follow the figure's limbs. Another black armored pirate, covered in a variety of strange runes, sigils, and symbols. The figure is pointing something at him, which makes a crackling sound. It's a large electrical prod on the end of a metal staff. "Looks like you're having some trouble, Crow," the rune pirate says, clearly calmer and more elegant than the other. "I had him," Crow says, walking into the scene. "Yes, well," the rune pirate says, "I still saved you about 10 minutes of headache." "This one's wily," remarks Crow, as he goes to stomp the guy's head with his big boot. The rune pirate kicks Harold in the stomach, pushing his head out of the way of Crow's loud stomp. "That's enough," the rune pirate states. "He is captured." "And what of the other?" "Nothing yet. He could be hiding anywhere in there." Crow points behind him with his thumb. "If he even is in there." The rune pirate looks across the dark, wide-open room full of cargo containers. He leans forward as he coughs over his speaker. "We'll seal the door," he says with a sigh. "Then we'll deal with him later." He points his prod staff at the limp wage slave on the floor and says, "We'll take this one to the bridge." Crow grunts in response. He closes the cargo door, twisting the valve shut and latching it. Grabbing Harold by the belt, Crow carries him in one hand like a travel bag. They walk through the dark corridors, making soft clangs as they step on the lattice floors. It's quiet, except for their footsteps and the murmuring from down the hall. Along the way, they step over a mangled dead body in a pool of blood. They climb a ramp, passing through another hallway. The pair enters through an open airlock into the bridge, another long metal room illuminated by barred lights and the orange and blue glows of various screens. Another pirate standing by, wearing black armor with red lightning decals and holding a submachine gun. There's a corpse in the corner of the room. Another dead wage slave is sprawled against the wall, shot in the head. A fat, bearded man in black armor with flame decals slowly spins around in a big chair toward them. His visor is open, revealing his somber face. A black stick is hanging out of his mouth, occasionally glowing red as he seems to scan the pair. "Oh, look," Crow taunts. "Caveman found another big chair to do nothing in. Don't want to walk too much, you might lose weight." Caveman grimaces, and the black stick glows red and dims before he speaks. "Yeah, speaking of doing nothing, you done getting your asses kicked by some wage slaves?" "It's literally been like 10 minutes, Crow replies. And it takes 10 minutes for an ERT to warp into a distress signal, the fat man snaps. So I want to be done with this shit. Now where's the other one? Crow responds, in cargo somewhere. We just locked him in there. There's like 100 shipping containers in there he could be hiding in. Caveman rolls his eyes, shakes his head, and lets out a groan. He takes another puff on his e-cigar as he glares at them. The voice of the Red Lightning pirate beside him is more weaselly than the others. I mean, just open the cargo bay doors for a bit and he'll be dead. Nurbeck rebuts, not if he has a suit. Caveman waves his cigar in his hand while he talks. Alright. We've secured the whole ship except for one guy. You guys said you sealed the door? Seal those vents too. No way does a huge cargo hold like that not have a way to seal the vents. Speaks the lightning pirate. Hey operator, you get that? You got access to the vent systems? Yeah, I got it, you lazy fucks. A voice snides back over their radio. The vents are already sealed, or the fentanyl gas you bombed the lower decks with would have put you all to sleep. Pressure sensors will tip us off if he tries using them. Alright, whatever. Caveman sticks the cigar back in his mouth. Let's start stripping this ship and get her ready for a jump. He takes another puff as he thinks. Also, go down to engineering and see if they have a complete ratchet set. There's a pause. The other pirates exchange glances as they pace around. The lightning pirate asks, and what are you gonna do? Crow nudges him and snides. He's gonna go to sleep. 20 minutes of work is a lot for him. More like 20 years of running this shit show, retorts Caveman. And I've been up for 14 hours. You'll find out how much it sucks if you live to 40. But you won't have to worry about that. Caveman spins around in his seat, facing away from them toward the consoles. He pulls the seat back and reclines. Crow lifts Harold up by the collar to show the others. Harold is in a daze, his eyes rolling as he finds it hard to focus. I'll just kill this guy then. The rune pirate responds, oh, just tie him up. Or haven't you had enough blood? I've never had enough wagey blood. Crow drops Harold in a chair. He cuts some dead wiring and uses it to tie Harold's hands and feet behind the seat. Then he buckles Harold in tight, using the chair's safety harness. Crow finishes it off by grabbing some duct tape and sealing Harold's mouth shut. The skull visor of Crow appears to be looking at Harold as he says, try anything, and you'll end up like that. He points at the slumped-over corpse in the corner, a hole through its head. The three pirates walk out of the room together, leaving the fat one at the controls of the bridge. After some time, Harold eyes up the computer console beside the fat pirate, who seems to have fallen asleep. If only he could reach it, he could call for help. Harold begins to squirm quietly, testing his bindings. The wires hold fast. Harold is unable to overcome their strength. There are two tight buckles which bind him around his upper body and legs. These buckles have always been shoddy. They were recalled by Chingwei in 2511, but obviously this old refining ship and apathetic management didn't care. Proof of managerial negligence is something Harold had to ignore to maintain the image of the system in his mind. Not only to convince his superiors that he is a functional employee, but to convince himself that his life is fine. Perhaps this negligence would save him. Of what lesson that teaches to him, he isn't sure. Thanks to the apathy and greed of those above him, the bindings which would otherwise sentence him to death in a more orderly world may instead lead to his freedom. Harold rocks in his seat, trying not to make much noise. He thrusts his chest against the buckles. Chingwei designed them to simply hold people in place enough during zero gravity, and enough to sell them to clients. The buckles are, of course, not made to withstand a lot of abuse. Certainly not these buckles, which are also 30 years old. They've snapped before on this ship, after the navigation system had a minor collision with an asteroid. The crew strapped in to brace for impact, but 2 crewmen were sent flying and left bruised up. Lord Core blamed the crew, of course, and so did the manufacturer of the buckles. All of this was excused by Harold, as Gorka had put them forth to him. It's easy to nitpick the big guys, and we really should have been more attentive. Yes, this sounded good to indicate how loyal Harold was. After several minutes, the strap of the upper buckle had slipped free, leaving the buckle itself secured. Harold's chest was free, and he could move his arms. Painfully, with a few tries, he forced his arms over from behind the chair. Harold pants to regain his breath. Then his binded hands hold on to the top of the chair as he kicks his legs. Almost a minute later, he is free of the chair, but still binded at the wrists and ankles. The fat man is still silent and motionless in that chair. Harold squirms like a big worm across the floor while trying to quiet his nose breathing. Despite trying to be stealthy, Harold could not avoid some scrapes and thumps. Since the fat pirate didn't budge, he's either oblivious or waiting to surprise Harold. Harold chose to believe the former, and finally made his way to the console. Wrestling and squirming against the console to slide himself up, he finally stands. The console sits before him, the screen in sleep mode. The duct tape now dangles from his mouth after licking and poking it with his tongue the whole time. Using his tongue, Harold begins the arduous process of logging into the computer, one keystroke at a time. He groans and is pained internally as he enters the 32-digit code 3 times before the computer accepts it. The second, invalid password, almost made him fall over and cry. Throughout the struggle, he was so nervous of the fat man next to him waking up, or a pirate walking into the bridge. Still pushing the keys with his tongue, he navigates through multiple screens and windows to activate the distress signal. Warning, this will alert a Lord Core emergency response team. False distress signals will result in disciplinary action. Your wage may be garnished to pay for the costs of multiple warp jumps and hours of ERT officers. Confirm? Yes, no. Are you sure? Yes, no. Harold groans, pushing with his tongue to confirm. A distress signal has been transmitted via quantum radio. Avoid further damage to company property. Comply with all orders from the emergency response team. Harold can't contain his exhale of utter relief as he slides and flops onto the floor. The muscles in his body are sore from such prolonged, awkward movements. Even his tongue is sore. He just lies there for a minute, panting and glad that it's over. The problem now is, what's he going to do to stay alive until then? The fat man stirs and looks around, muttering, What? What? The fuck? Where? He rolls out of the chair and stomps to the console, examining it. He looks over and sees that Harold is missing. He yells, Congratulations! You just killed yourself! Where the hell are you? The fat man stomps around the room, checking corners and under leg spaces. He looks behind a console board, finding the wage slave stuffed back there, tangled up in the wires and dust bunnies. Caveman's eyes are wild with anger. He grunts as he bends down and grabs Harold with a big, gauntleted hand. In a few motions, Harold gets yanked free of the wires and out of the console and thrown across the room. The pirate cracks his knuckles as he says darkly, I am going to break your fucking bones and turn you inside out, you subhuman slave fuck. You'll wish you were fucking dead. Loud stomping comes from down the hallway. Harold still has a big bloody bruise on his face when Caveman grabs him by the collar and punches him with his huge knuckled glove. Caveman lets Harold fall, kicking him in the ribs with his big boot, then stomps his leg until it breaks. Harold makes some blood-curdling screams as he gets pummeled. The other 3 pirates barge into the bridge. Crow asks, "The hell happened?" Caveman turns and points at Crow. "You dumb motherfucker. All you had to do was tie him up. You're always fucking up, Nurbeck." "Me fucking up?" growls Nurbeck as he gets in Caveman's face. "Yeah, that's right." Nurbeck angrily asks, "And what the fuck were you doing, Somsak? Taking another fucking nap?" Somsak growls, "I guess I have too much faith in my crew to not fuck up." "Well, actually," the nonchalant voice of Operator chimes in, "he was remote playing VR. I could see the packets on the network." Somsak's eyes trail off as he speaks, seemingly to the air. "Oh yeah, Gantz? And what the fuck were you doing instead of watching?" "Don't pin this on me. I was getting coffee, because you guys had this wrapped up. Or I thought so." During the arguing, the rune pirate seems to be examining the buckles of the chair. Somsak asks, "Where the fuck are Jax and Raph?" Gantz answers, "Raph was eating soup and Jax was charging. They're here now." He speaks to someone else in the room with him. "Yeah, Sack's pissed, because they fucked something up. Glad I'm not there." The rune pirate calmly scolds, "That better not be the lasagna soup. That still has 2 hours left in the cooker." The lightning pirate groans and says dismissively to Nurbeck and Somsak, "Both of you are fucking idiots if you ask me. Christ." Somsak snaps, "And you, Dion? Why the fuck was the network still up?" "Well, because Gantz needed control of the system. And should we really just keep saying each other's names during a mission?" "It doesn't matter now, since you retards fucked everything up." Dion turns around and walks across the room as if quitting the scene. "Enough," the rune pirate says. "The buckles of the gravity harness snapped. You can also blame me for saying to let him live." Nurbeck remarks, "That is true. We would have been fine if I just stomped his fucking head in." The rune pirate puts a hand on Nurbeck and Somsak's shoulders as he calmly says, "We need a plan. Fight it out later. Please, my friends. We can heal from this. We always do." Nurbeck and Somsak buck his hands from their shoulders as they turn away and pout. "Breathe," instructs the rune pirate. Somsak turns and steps away, audibly breathing as he seems to struggle to think. He stares at the screen, detailing the approach of an emergency response team. The monitor breaks as he punches his big hand into it, and then he kicks a hole into the base of the console board, as if to let off some steam. He drops back into the chair like he's given up, almost breaking it under his weight. He mumbles, "We fucking deserve to die at this point." "Alright," he says, rubbing his face. "We're getting off this fucking ship. Fuck the salvage. We're warping the fuck out of here." Gantz states, "We won't be ready to leave before an ERT shows up." "Great," Dion replies. "What do we do then? Hunker down and fire laser cannons when they show up?" Somsak is rubbing his noggin as he thinks hard. The others are pacing, turning and looking around for answers. Gantz suggests, "Just change the refining ship's signal. Switch it with ours." "That's a start," comments Dion. "But what if they look at the hull and see the hull code and the paint job, though?" Nurbeck answers, "Won't matter. By the time they're checking the hull, we'll fucking blast them apart." "Right," replies Somsak. "Good thinking." Gantz says, "We're gonna turn the refinery ship's weapon systems against them. Classic syndicate trick." "Alright, sounds like a plan. We're leaving. But first," he says, pointing at Harold. The wage slave is bloodied and battered on the floor. He makes a low, sickly wail of pain, unable to see what's happening around himself.
"Kill him," orders Somsak. "He fucking called him, and he knows too much."
"With pleasure," says Nurbeck grimly, as a fiery plasma blade emerges from his wrist. As Harold was paralyzed in pain and terror of oblivion, he faced the ultimate judgment. His whole life he tried to appease his masters, and to hide his weakness from others and appear more powerful than he truly was. Flashing through his mind are the times he put other people down, calling them weak and predating on them so he can continue to feel real himself. None of that mattered now, of course. He was helpless, and the only way to survive now would be by intervention from someone else. The thoughts are cut short by a crash and a brief bright light. The man is decapitated. The neck hole left a burnt, sloppy mess. A scorched gash is left in the floor where his head was severed. Somsak walks and talks out of the bridge, the others tailing him down the corridors.
"Change the signal and set the turrets to fire on anything that sparks or moves. We're going silent until they blow up their own ship. Then we're out. Fuck this."
Dion walks beside him and telepaths. "Are we really leaving empty-handed?" Somsak grunts and telepaths.
"Open the cargo bay, Gantz. We're gonna use the muskie to grab some boxes and cut our losses. I just want back on my fucking ship. Double time. We've got 5 minutes to get back on the shit box."
"Roger," replies Gantz. A new, pleasant voice chimes in. The mag panels should be turned off as well, to avoid injury and wasted time. The men step into the pressure chamber of the airlock, sealing the door behind them. The room hisses as the air is siphoned. Somsak says,
"We don't have fucking time for this."
He draws an automatic shotgun and fires several slugs into key parts of the door. Despite being suppressed, the metal impacts are like loud crashes, though their helmets muffle it a great deal. Nurbeck helps him apply multiple strength-augmented kicks against the door, knocking it into space. The muskie is latched onto the ship's hull where they left it. The vehicle almost resembles an attack helicopter without rotary blades. Numerous weapon systems, articulated thrusters, robotic arms, and other auxiliary features adorn its dark exterior. Somsak climbs in and orders, "Dion, drive. Nurbeck and Drago, grab the boxes. I'm fucking done." Dion sits in the pilot seat. Nurbeck and Drago hang on to the sides of the vehicle. The craft unlatches and begins building momentum. Dion, helped by the muskie's navigation computer, carefully applies the thrusters and inertia dampeners to control its speed as it makes the turn around the refinery ship.
"Don't wreck," adds Somsak.
"Shut up," responds Dion. As the vehicle cruises, the pleasant voice states, "I shall begin depressurizing the cargo bay and the airlock of the shitbox as well." Somsak responds,
"Do it, Jax."
The muskie hovers over the wide-open doors of the refining ship's cargo bay. Nurbeck and Drago disembark and jet inside, slowly landing on their feet and activating their mag boots. The duo undoes the twist locks on both sides of the containers, releasing them from the floor. The men each grab a container and fly up with their jets. They begin decelerating as they push the first container into the muskie's open arms. Using a pressure-fastened tether, they attach the second container to the first. The pair jet back to the handlebars on the exterior of the craft. "Package secured," telepaths Draco. Dion hits the thrusters, causing the craft to spin around and face straight at the shipbox. Home of the Sargasso Marauders, the humble black vessel is 75 meters long and 20 meters tall. Jack states, "Mag panels deactivated. The cargo bay is depressurized, open, and ready to receive the containers." A short burst, followed by inertia dampening, brings them back to the ship in about a minute. After stabilizing, Dion has the Muskie's arms release the containers. Draco says, "Let's do it, Nurbeck." The pair once more leaves the Muskie, carefully applying their jets to move the containers into the ship's cargo hold. The great doors begin to close above them. Dion takes the Muskie away from the cargo bay and latches onto the ship next to the exterior airlock. Dion and Somsak disembark and enter it. As they wait for the chamber to repressurize, Somsak orders,
"Start putting some distance between us and that ship."
"Already on it," replies Gantz. Somsak adds,
"Raphael, you awake, motherfucker?"
"Yeah." A bored voice lulls. "I've been here."
"Could've fooled me."
"You already got the tech guys doing everything. What are you, my manager? Want me to open and close some windows to look busy?" A moment later, Somsak and Dion barge into the bridge of the shitbox, opening their helmets. The room is dim with the glow of electronic screens and a few small windows showing the blackness of space. There, a metal, skeletal android stands beside a tattooed man with a mohawk and a cybernetic visor. A dark-skinned man with a dreadlock ponytail is reclining in a chair, idly turning it back and forth. Somsak says, exasperated,
"We're going silent. Turn on the ship's defenses and get ready for a fight. Have our own defenses set up too and ready for when we come back online. We do or die."
Soon after, Nurbeck and Draco enter the scene.
"That wasn't 5 minutes, by the way,"
Somsak says to Nurbeck.
"Boo-hoo."
The crew sits and waits in the cockpit. Nothing to hear but their own heartbeat, tinnitus, and the gentle hum of some computer systems. It feels like an eternity to their hyperactive minds. Dion begins tapping his foot, while Nurbeck begins tapping his fingers on the chair. Such quiet sounds are amplified in absolute silence. It becomes grating to Somsak, who is simply too tired to do such ticks himself.
"Stop,"
he orders, annoyed. Following a sigh by Nurbeck, the silence returns. Finally, Gantz states, "Massive energy spike, 20 kilometers out. Here they come." The room is tense as the others wait for Gantz to continue. "Contact. Ship at 18.8 kilometers. Getting visual." The four crewmates without a screen huddle around the other two to watch the chaos. Everything is represented by mere blips on a 3D radar screen, but to spacemen, these blips tell almost the whole story. Another screen shows a video feed of a telescopic camera attempting to lock onto the ship. Gantz says, "Systems locked. Laser cannons firing. Read off the ship's status, Jax." Jax states, "Depressurizing in the lower deck. Damage sustained. Laser cannon 1 offline." "God damn," comments Nurbeck. "Decoy's getting chewed up already." "Pfft, yeah," responds Dion. "That's a mining ship going up against a combat ship." Jax continues, "Laser cannon 2 offline. Major damage to lower deck. 70% depressurization. Losing power. Local APCs rapidly exhausting charge for weapon systems." Dion says, "They aimed at the reactor."
"Yeah," Somsak says, rubbing his chin. "Do we have a beat on their weapons?"
"Affirmative," replies Gantz.
"Lock on their weapon systems and re-engage power. We're tagging in for this fight. Do or die, boys. Hope to God they sustain some damage."
Jack states, "Full power in 12 seconds. Shakina is engaging weapon systems." Gantz says, "Looks like they took all damage. Center mass." Somsak orders,
"Shakina, fire the 120mm gun on target. Center mass. Fire all 3 top laser cannons, full power. Hammer their weapon systems first, then sensors, then for the hole that 120 makes in the ship's hull."
Shakina states, "Allocating 30 megawatts to laser cannons. Firing on target." There's a faint rumble in the bridge as the 120mm cannon fires.
Hit, states Gantz.
Hell yeah, says Nurbeck. Fucking nice, says Dion.
Gantz grins. They're drifting from that hit. We're hosing them down. Look at that gaping hole. Damage to their laser cannons.
Somsak orders.
Keep hammering with the lasers. Get ready for them to turn and aim with their other side. Put the starboard gun on that hole.
Shakina states, affirmative. Maintaining fire. Changing target of laser cannon 3. The deceptively quiet firefight continues until Gantz says,
energy signature dropping fast.
Jack states, lost contact with refinery ship. Total power failure likely.
Keep hammering, orders Somsak.
A moment later, Gantz says,
energy signature's at under 1%. Nothing but dead space out there.
Somsak says,
Shakina, keep an eye out for strike crafts or personnel.
Affirmative.
Gentlemen,
Gantz smugly announces as he turns to the crew,
we just killed another ERT. We are ultimate badasses.
Nurbeck and Dion are excited, making various happy grunts as they go around patting shoulders and giving masculine handshakes. Gantz reciprocates, while Somsak and Raphael are more lazy about it.
Alright,
Somsak speaks up from his chair.
We lost the salvage. We wasted 2 weeks setting this up. Wasted 2 million Cs in weapons and fuel. And we're gonna go get bitched at by Snake for botching the job. Let's get the fuck out of here before anyone else shows up.
Nurbeck asks,
are we really walking away from this with only 2 shipping containers? Both of them probably filled with garbage?
Gantz explains,
you know those town guards and cops in Vicario? When you have an AI running things, they get sent in. And if something happens to them, the army gets sent in.
Yes, Draco chimes in. The beast relies on your greed to lure you into its many traps.
Alright, fine,
Nurbeck replies.
Whatever. We'll be lucky if we got enough for another shell.
Draco says with pose, at least we are alive.
We need to fucking hide, states Somsak. Killing an ERT is way too much heat.
Raphael suggests,
just whoop somewhere remote and hide for a bit.
Well, says Gantz,
they're going to be tracking energy fluctuations and tunneling starting here.
Alright, Dion suggests. We silent run in the asteroids. They'll think we're a rock.
I'm not fucking staying here, says Somsak. Outrider or the Marines are going to be crawling all over this area for a while. We're going to run the reactor hot and jump a couple times to throw them off and buy some time. Gonna need all hands on deck for a couple hours before you can go back to jacking off. Now get the fuck out of here, Gantz. Through empty space, preferably.
Yeah, says Gantz.
I got our course set for the jumps. X2-4 and X2-140. Empty systems. We can silent run at 140 and give the shitbox a rest. Then we hop to X2529, that one independent system. That should shake them off our trail for a bit. Good shit. Do it, says Somsak, sucking on the cigar in his mouth.
Without using his hands to type, Gantz issues a command through an AR interface. Set warp jump destination 2AU from X2-4. Initialize warp jump procedure. After warp jump procedure, set warp jump destination 1AU from X2-140. After a minute, Shakina states, warp jump destination set 2AU from X2-4. Warp jump procedure to 2AU from X2-4 initialized. The crew is simply lounging around in the bridge as the ship carries out the order. It's barely noticeable. Finally, the ship chimes again. Warp jump procedure completed. Dion says to the crew, "So, how about we open those boxes and see if we're fucked or not?" Chapter 3. Unboxing. Earth time, 5:05 GMT, 13:02:25:27. Location, X2140, aboard the Shitbox, vessel of the Sargasso Marauders. Nurbeck, Dion, Drago, and Jax are standing beside the new shipping containers in the cargo bay of the Shitbox. The three humans are out of their bulky suits, wearing their tank tops and briefs. The room is dark and cramped with racks, lattices, and other cargo. The contents of these containers will decide how much of a waste the LC-658 raid was. Nurbeck and Dion walk up to the doors of the container and grab the latches, pulling the door open. Inside is stacks of iron pallets with metal bars, which reach the top of the container and go all the way back. They illuminate the inside of the container with tiny flashlights. Drago and Jax are looking over their shoulders. Dion pokes and rubs one of the metal ingots. "Looks like iron?" "Looks like nickel," says Nurbeck. "It is likely nickel," states Jax. "It has the same texture, and it aligns with the ship inventory. They were primarily mining nickel from that asteroid cluster. Their inventory also included iron, cobalt, and gold." "Fucking nickel," groans Nurbeck. "Whatever. Maybe there's gold in the other one." Nurbeck and Dion grab the latches and pull the door open. There's some dirty drills, pipes, a transfer valve. "What the fuck?" blurts Dion. Further in is a man in a maroon-colored spacesuit, curled up and shivering on a pallet of mechanical parts. The scene quickly grows tense. "Stowaway," states Nurbeck to Dion. He repeats it over telepathy. "Stowaway. There's a guy in one of the boxes." "The fuck?" Somsack telepaths. "That guy we couldn't find?" "Well," replies Dion, "obviously. Hiding in the cargo containers, apparently." The pair reach their hands in and pull the man out of the container onto the floor behind them. The group quickly looms over him, eyeing him up and down. "Dude's freezing," Dion comments. "He was out in space for over an hour and that shitty suit clearly didn't do shit." The man shivers, his eyes barely able to open. Draco's bulging eyes and big nose are in the guy's face, filling his field of vision. He takes the man's arm and helps him up, supporting him as they walk. "The man's freezing," Draco states calmly. "He's no threat." He takes the helpless man to the locker room and strips him meticulously, seeming to know the bindings of the suit. Nurbeck walks in and watches skeptically, his arms folded. Draco pulls some warm towels out from a heated cubbyhole and walks through the door to the bedrooms. He opens an empty room with a bed. Throwing the towels down. "I'm putting the stowaway in Janik's room," telepaths Drago. Somsack groans. "Oh, fuck's sake. Lock the fucking door and keep an eye on him, then." "Don't let this one send a distress signal, too," chimes Dion. Returning to the locker room, he helps the naked Wade slave up, walking him to bed and laying him down on it. Drago grabs more towels from the locker room, wrapping them around the man, leaving only his face exposed. "He's a slave," asks Nurbeck. "Why waste anything on him?" "A slave who has nothing," Drago says, still attending to the man. "Remember how that felt?" Nurbeck replies, annoyed. "What if he wakes up and goes crazy? You realize they get brainwashed, right? All the ones we killed were fucked in the head. All we know about him is that he hid to the point of stupidity." Drago puts his ear to the man's chest, trying to sense his breathing. "He hid to the point of cunning, He's the only surviving crewmate of that ship. You realize we're responsible, right? And we killed like 10 of his buddies just now. He's probably going to be pissed. If he doesn't fight us immediately, he'll probably wait until he can fuck us right back. That remains to be seen, Drago says. Plus, we're still down 2 crew members. We killed like 20 people today, but saved 1. Congratulations, says Nurbeck. Whatever, I'm going back up. Nurbeck walks out the door, climbing the stairwell back up to the cargo bay. Along the way, he telepaths in, I guess Drago's nursing the wage slaves down in the dorms. Nurbeck walks back into the cargo bay. Dion is still examining the container the man was found in. Jax is standing around. Raphael is drinking a beer and sitting against the container. Bad news, Dion announces. I think all the shit in the container with them was just broken parts. Fucking great, groans Nurbeck. So all we got out of that was some nickel and garbage. Dion adds, probably where he got that worn out suit too. Raphael asks, the hell is nickel used for again? How much is that worth? Fucking like nothing, replies Dion. That's probably like... Dion looks in the other container of metal ingots. Pfft, 1 million credits? Well, says Raphael, at least we can replace a gun shell with that. There are 99% pure nickel ingots, the monotone voice of Jack states. Nickel is primarily used in the production of alloys. As of 68 days ago, Tricker Cape's marketplace values nickel as 950.308 credits per kilogram. Each ingot is worth 10,700.082 credits. Based on the amount of ingots, the pallets are worth approximately 13,773,400.2225 credits. Dion turns, seeing the metal skeletal android standing beside him in the container. Well, goddamn, comments Dion. Nurbeck remarks, You're way off, Dion. Thought you were a smuggler once. Hey, I was just eyeballing it, replies Dion. And I don't keep up with the price of nickel that much these days. Not a bad haul, comments Raphael. At least we can buy shit. Yeah, replies Dion. It's not worth, blowing up 2 ships, but it's something. Just trying to be positive, says Raphael. I know, just concedes Dion, sighing. We got fucked over by his fucking seat buckle. He glances at Nurbeck. Maybe we'll start calling you Buckle. Nurbeck glares and growls. Maybe I'll start ripping your tongue out of your mouth and shove it up your ass so you can taste how you talk. Dion raises his eyebrows, then smirks, pleasantly surprised by that snapback. Even Raphael laughs. Dion can be heard over telepathy. Alright. Well said. Hearing this makes Gantz smirk as he looks over a computer screen in the bridge. Psalmsack is wearing boxers as he reclines in his armchair, appearing to be closing his eyes and trying to destroy the frustration within himself. His left leg is bionic, his torso is covered in surgery scars, and a metal spine runs along his back. Nothing's ever just easy, he grumbles. Nothing can ever just work out for me. I have to keep getting fucked. I might do it this time. Just put an 18mm buckshot in the roof of my mouth. Gantz is sitting casually in the bridge, attempting to radiate some sympathy. With a smirk under his emotionless cybernetic visor, Gantz walks across the bridge, grabs something, then walks up to Psalmsack. Don't do that. Here, Gantz says, offering an e-cigar to the caveman. Put this in your mouth instead, boss. Psalmsack's eyes flutter open, looking down at the cigar. He puts it in his mouth, and the tip begins to glow red as he inhales. I just can't fucking take it, Gantz, says Psalmsack, staring across the room at the blackness outside the windows. It's just shit show after shit show. We never get ahead. All we do is slowly bleed. Gantz sighs, looking out the same space with his cybervisor. Yeah, sounds like life in a fucking nutshell. Even back in the old days, running with the syndicate, it was just shit shows.
I'm running out of excuses to keep going, Gantz.
We all are, but I'm not ready to quit yet. There's nothing else but this shithole of an existence. So if you're thinking about doing it, come talk to me or Drago about it first. I don't want to be fucking captain of these shit for brains. Gantz pats Somsak's shoulder and says, I'm gonna go check what the fuck's going on downstairs. Just let the THC hit you and go to that nice-ass beach house you got, boss. Dion telepaths. So how's this, affecting where we're going? We gonna fly back to Trekker Cape and try to pawn some shit off for a couple mil? Somsak sighs.
A couple mil ain't worth shit. We got screwed. We might need to look around again before we go back to the Cape.
How long we silent running for?
Somsak groans. We'll go 6 hours. Take a break, boys.
There's a bit of a pause before Dion asks, Bit of a short break, ain't it? How about 10?
Fine, fuck off, replies Somsak.
Back in the cargo bay, little else has developed. Raphael and Dion smile and slap hands at squeezing more idle time out of Somsak. The group stands up and closes the containers before walking out of the cargo bay into the stairwell. The sound of coughing comes from inside. Dion mulls, There's Drago. The group links up with Draco, who is walking up the catwalk stairs at the same time as them. Footsteps softly clang up the stairs to the door at the top floor, which leads to the recreation room. The rec room is quite spacious, with couches, a pool table, a dining table, chairs, a booth table, a sofa facing a large monitor, a bar with stools, and a full kitchen. All the furniture has adjustable pressure bases, which can fasten them to surfaces. One of the lights keeps flickering. Gantz is already in the kitchen, leaning on the bar and sipping a thermos of coffee. Drago states,
Still 10 minutes left on the soup, but I'm sure it'll be fine.
He removes the lid from a large pressure cooker on the kitchen counter. In the pot is a bubbling reddish broth containing pieces of beef, pasta, onions, and tomatoes. Nurbeck groans, looking into the fridge.
This goddamn Barua's in the fridge every time I open it. Somebody needs to fucking drink it.
Don't look at me, I didn't buy it, says Dion, looking over his shoulder. Nurbeck pulls a water bottle out of the fridge and steps aside. Then he pulls a thin packet out of a cabinet and sprinkles it into the bottle. Refastening the lid, he shakes the bottle and pulls up the pressure sipper to take a drink. After using a ladle to pour himself a bowl, Draco sprinkles some Parmesan cheese. After grabbing some drinks and snacks, the others begin huddling behind him. He steps aside, allowing them to follow suit. Raphael grabs a Puss P Kush Wind bottle and begins to leave the room. He stops in the doorway and turns with raised eyebrows. Hey, that slave downstairs tied up, right? Y'all ain't been doing too good with tying people up. Draco smiles from the table.
I assure you, Raphael, his bedroom is locked, and he is quite incapacitated after several minutes of being in minus 270.45 degrees for several minutes.
All right, says Raphael, as he turns and walks out of the room. I'll be in Vicario.
Drago replies, Yes, feel free to leave since you already ate some soup before it was ready.
He eats a spoonful before adding,
Could have just waited. Probably didn't taste that good.
Dion mutters, Really needs to unwind after doing less work than the captain.
Is that the guy who left the comms open on the ship I hear bitching?
Somsak walks into the rec room, scratching his crotch under his boxer briefs. Nurbeck gives him an annoyed glare. Look who came out of his cave, snides Dion with a smirk, followed by a chuckle.
It's even funnier the 100th time, mulls Somsak, walking to the cabinets behind the fridge. Wasted a day trying to steal ship, and I'm high. I want that soup.
He walks to the fridge first, grunting as he bends down to investigate it. There's a bottle of Puss P Barua ale in the back, next to the Stelagers, Yamus, and Yodels. Somsak asks,
Who the fuck bought the Barua? It's
been sitting in this goddamn fridge for months. Dion shrugs and sighs, glancing at Nurbeck. Somsak groans, grabbing a Stalager. He twists it open and sips before sitting it down. He walks to the pressure cooker, grabbing the ladle.
So, Chuckle Fox,
As he pours himself some soup.
got us a visitor, do we?
Nurbeck says, annoyed.
Seems that way.
A man left with nothing, says Drago, saved under faithful circumstances. We need bodies, and I suspect this one will prove useful. Somsak sits at the table with soup and a beer as he retorts.
Then we go to a space station and ask if someone wants to go on an adventure, instead of trusting people after we killed all their comrades.
That's what I said, comments Nurbeck before eating some soup. Have I been wrong about these things? Asks Drago, gesturing toward Nurbeck and Dion. Nurbeck and Dion glance back at him, then to Somsak.
Another fucking freeloader, groans Somsak, eating soup. We already got 3.
Nurbeck glares and calmly snaps.
Oh yeah, Somsak? Who are they?
You know you are, Somsak replies dismissively and eats another spoonful. Nurbeck and Dion are visibly annoyed. Dion responds, Yeah, I guess we really need a guy to sit in a chair and tell us to do shit we already know. Nurbeck raises his eyebrows and briefly tilts his head toward Dion in agreement as he eats. Somsak looks down at his bowl, preparing another bite as he asks,
You sure about that?
The soup's good, Drago, says Gantz, stoically sitting and eating. Somsak grunts, vaguely agreeing as he sips some more. Drago swallows some and shrugs before softly saying, Thank you. I'd hoped that we could eat under better circumstances, but I hope it helps. It does, says Gantz, eating another spoonful. The men quietly eat and drink at the table for a moment, Jax observing them from the bar. A few annoying thoughts fly around their heads, of blame, guilt, annoyance, and sorrow. What gets me is, begins Dion, there were like 20 crates in there, and he ends up being in one of the 2 we grab? That's fucking nuts. Nurbeck comments, Just a bit. Not sure if that's a judge of his character, though. Yeah, fate-chosen magic fucker. Whatever, says Somsak, sipping his Stalager. He continues. So what's he doing right now? Well, Drago softly answers, the man was freezing to death in an insufficient spacesuit. I wrapped him in towels and blankets and left a heater to warm up the room. He's probably asleep, and in a few hours, I will bring him some of this soup. Somsak says, There's barely enough for like 10 bowls in there. I will go without, replies Drago calmly. 1 bowl is enough. Somsak groans, eating another spoonful. The bad ceiling light continues to flicker. He glances up at it briefly. I thought you fixed the light, he says to Nurbeck. Nurbeck glares at him. I did. He returns the glare. Did you? Or did you just push the wire a bit? Jax states, It is fine. I will repair the light. Continue eating. The android drags a table under the light. The group watches as he stands up on it, delicately reaching his hands behind the light. The flickering stops. He steps down and begins leaving the room. I will replace the wire. Dion clears his throat and leans forward as he speaks. I think it's time to talk about what's really important. Vicario? Gorka hears a buzzer and tries to jump out of bed, but he falls flat on his face to the floor. Panting and frantically looking around, he sees that he's not in the workers' barracks anymore. It doesn't smell like sweat and dust, and it's an actual bedroom. It's a small 3x3 square meter room with a bed, desk, and closet, all pressure fastened to the floor, of course. On the desk is a computer tower and monitor, also with pressure bases. There's a knee-high heater in the corner of the room, the reason the room is so toasty. Shivering, he grabs a blanket and wraps himself in it again. It's nice and toasty here, but he's still chilly. Wrapped in the blanket, he waddles over to the door and tries to pull the handle, but it doesn't budge. The thought of pounding on the door enters his mind, but he is unsure of if he should. Surely, someone will eventually come for him if they went through the trouble of tending to him. Hopefully an ERT retrieved him. He sits on the bed, wrapped in the blanket. After staring and thinking for a bit, he lies down again. Minutes pass, perhaps an hour. It's not clear. The door begins to click as the handle moves. Gorka sits upright again as it opens. A somber man with a big brow, big nose, and receding swept-back hair is standing there holding a thermos. He's wearing a tank top, boxers, and socks, showing off several strange tattoos and scars on his body. He steps into the room, giving a deep stare with those big eyes and peering into Gorka's soul. He asks, "Feeling better, I hope?" Gorka seems confused and timidly answers, yeah. "Good," says Drago as he offers the thermos to Gorka. "Care for some more lasagna soup? It's hot." Gorka looks at it for a moment, seeming to scan and ponder on Drago. He responds, yeah, sure." Drago twists off the thermos lid and hands it to him. Gorka looks inside first before he starts sipping it. The soup tastes very good, and its warmth feels good inside of him. What's interesting is the chunks of vegetables. He swears he can taste fresh tomatoes and onions, which isn't often something wage slaves eat. As Gorka eats, Drago speaks cordially. "I can tell you have many questions, so I will try to answer them. First," he rolls his hand to Gorka and asks, "May I ask your name?" Gorka takes a moment after gulping some more soup. "Gorka Kolar?" "Greetings, Gorka," says Draco. "I am Draco Kabuli." A metal-armored skeleton with a skull-like face, a rebreather-like grill mouth, and uncanny eyes in deep black sockets steps into the room behind him. Gorka's eyes widen a bit as he notices the android. Drago gestures behind himself. "This is Ajax, or Jax, as we call him. I don't know how familiar you are with Interdyne T6 series androids." Gorka seems a bit more composed as he says, well, I've heard about the T-series androids, yeah." Drago continues waving his hands and talking semi-sarcastically. "Then I'm sure you've been told how advanced and reliable they are. And definitely not going to replace all humans in the near future. He's just here to help." Walking over to the chair, Drago spins it around and sits, facing Gorka. He seems a bit more stern, but still inviting. Jax continues quietly observing. Drago asks, "Do you know who we are, Gorka?" Gorka looks between Drago and Jax, then shakes his head. "I've no idea." "Well," says Drago, a bit pensively, "we found you inside of a box, which was floating in space for a bit. You wore a defective spacesuit, which barely protected you against exposure to space. It has now been 6 hours since then." Drago pauses, looking at him as if thinking. He asks, "Tell me, Gorka, where would you like to go now?" Gorka looks at him curiously. He seems taken aback by the strange question and thinks for a moment. He concocts a simple answer in his mind, of returning to his job. "I don't just mean back to your job with the Lord Corps," continues Drago, not letting him speak. "If you could go anywhere or do anything, what would you do? What life would you want to live?" This seems to perplex Gorka further. He thinks, and then says, I don't know. I'm not sure. Never really thought about it. Why are you asking?" Drago's mouth curls on the side briefly as his eyes look around, then back to Gorka. "Well, we have to know where you are going. You haven't decided yet." Gorka raises an eyebrow and asks, "Who are you people? Are you the pirates that attacked us?" The look on Drago's face, deep and pensive as he bores into Gorka's eyes. Gorka feels exposed around him. This is not at all something he was ready to wake up and face. "Yes," answers Drago. "I won't lie. We attacked your vessel and attempted to hijack it. He sighs. The bloodshed was not part of our plan. Your co-workers made things difficult. Because of them, an ERT was called. Now that refinery ship is in pieces. There is no more ship, and you are the only survivor. Draco stops and gives Gorka that deep stare. Gorka looks down pensively as he processes this information. They're all dead, he sighs and mutters, seeming to loosen up. I knew a lot of them were. They were suicidal. I tried stopping them. Looking up at Drago again, he asks, so why spare me? Drago explains, the chaos was beyond my control. Saving you, however, was not. Thus, you are alive. Your story is not an uncommon one. It is how many of us began our new lives outside of the system. You've had your life destroyed behind you, thrown around by fate with no say in the matter. I wish to let you make a choice. He pauses, observing as Gorka seems to be earnestly ruminating on all of this, his words seeming to strike true. Drago continues, it is a tough decision to make so quickly. We can house you here until we return to a central hub. Once there, you can make your decision. You may stay here, you may return to Lordcore, you may seek out some other life. Gorka rubs his forehead for a moment, then looks up at Drago. He asks, you guys got VR? There's a hint of amusement in Draco's face as he answers, of course. It's not possible for most people to live without it. Several of our crew are on it right now. But do you have a BMI? Gorka nods and says, as do all good employees. Very good, remarks Drago. That reminds me. His face lowers and becomes somber as he asks, I presume you have your 6 implants, as do all good employees? Gorka rubs his neck and then looks at his arm. Yeah. Is that a problem? Drago states, you are transmitting data for your employer and their allies. They must be removed, or at least neutralized. Oh, replies Gorka, a bit tense now. Drago adds, your BMI will have to be reprogrammed too. Gorka seems a bit anxious. Drago holds out his forearm to Gorka. Looking at it, he sees a scar. Not to worry, assures Drago. We've done it many times. The wisdom has been passed down through a generation. Gorka sighs, trying to calm himself. He mutters, how's the VR here? Drago smirks. It's very good. It's Vicario, completely unrestricted. The tech wizards here are very particular about having the best systems possible for their playtime. He rubs his chin as he adds, although I'm not privy to much of their interests. However, I'm sure one of them will get you situated. Gorka rubs his face with his hand. It does sound good, but... He trails off, looking at his hand. Drago speaks, your money, what little there is, will likely be frozen by your employer. Gorka's eyes widen as he looks at Drago, who seemed to have read his mind somehow. Drago smirks, gesturing to the skeletal robot. Jax, explain to our guest here what is likely going to happen to his finances. The android coldly states, Lord Core will freeze his account, believing him to have died or been captured. This is partially to prevent employee identities from being used by criminals. Without active efforts for Gorka to be rediscovered, it is unlikely they will ever learn of his continued life. In the event they find that he is still alive, they and authorities will be highly suspicious that he escaped on a pirate ship. There are many cases of employees allowing criminals to attack their spacecraft prior to joining them. The system does not like when individuals disappear from the carefully calculated path laid out to them, and prefer not to reintegrate stragglers. The time Gorka will have spent amongst pirates will add to this suspicion. It is possible he will be detained and held responsible for the destruction of the LC-658 and ERT vessel. Charges may include piracy, manslaughter, corporate espionage, murder, larceny, destruction of property, and terrorism. Right, adds Draco, leaning forward with his hands clasped. Gorka had been listening intently. His heart sank and his anxiety mustered as he was led through his inevitable future. So, he groans. Another choice has been made for me. Well, yes, replies Draco. But that's what the system does. It chooses for you. It also considers victims to be a liability, generally speaking. Sometimes it is pleasant to not have to choose and need to be informed. Unfortunately, humans far away tend not to see how severe some of these decisions are, and they casually make the wrong choice for us because it is convenient for them to not have to think about it. For you, the system chose death in the span of a nanosecond. I don't wish to sound so high and mighty, but some of us out here know that disconnection from the system does not mean the end. There's a pause as they hold a glance. Gorka looks around as he thinks. Like, what would you guys even want me to do here? There's no way you'll just let me sit in my room on VR all day. I suppose you will be given tasks befitting of you. I'm sure you know basic ship maintenance. You will also likely be called upon to help with ship-to-ship operations. Ship-to-ship operations, Gorka asks, a bit accusingly. Like piracy? Draco shrugs. Whatever comes our way. Is that a problem? I'm no combatant, says Gorka. I won't be any use. It's not that hard. Draco waves his hand. The crew often trains together in combat simulations for recreation. Provided your BMI and proportions are properly calibrated, the skills will carry over into reality. Surely you have played virtual reality combat simulations before. Well, yeah, I'm okay with them. I just do it to relax, though. So do they. You'll do fine. Gorka sighs. Alright, fuck it. Rip out my chips, neutralize them or whatever. When do we do it? Draco smirks at Jax. Well, as soon as possible, preferably. Half an hour later, after some prepping, Gorka is brought to the bridge of the ship. It's dark, metal, and quiet. Aside from the gentle hum of the various consoles, there's a fat, hairy man sitting in a big, comfy armchair. He seems to be unresponsive. Standing in the room is a smug man with a mohawk and a cybernetic visor. He gestures to a swivel armchair with straps. The man states, "Sit down, Wade slave." Gorka hesitantly complies, sitting in the chair. "I'll be your doctor," says the man. "They call me Operator, and also Gantz Steinbeck. Today we'll be removing your implants." Gorka winces and asks, "Can't you just run a magnet over them or something?" Gantz chuckles. "Nah, they've EMP-proofed wager chips for decades. Can't have people working in harmful EM fields for years if it'll fry their surveillance shit. Nah, they made sure it's at least a little difficult to cut someone off from the system chain forever." He steps over to a console making some metallic rattles as he fiddles with some tools and a cord. "What we'll do with you is plug you into the computer and update the firmware. Your interface is probably running on fucking CCX or Aperture 73, so we'll be done in a few minutes. Imagine, the door to your brain is running an OS for industrial paint mixers." Gorka smiles nervously and rubs the pad on his head, protecting his brain-machine interface socket. He looks around and reassesses these less than reputable men he's fallen in with. The fear of allowing them to tamper with his brain is setting in. Trembling a bit, he sighs in an attempt to control his anxiety. A hand is placed on his shoulder. It's Drago, who is giving him a reassuring look. "Your fear is understandable," he says. "An insincere person can do everything that we have done up to the moment of betrayal. Just remain calm, and you will come out the other side intact, as we all have." He gestures to himself and Gantz. "Yeah," adds Gantz. "Plus you don't have anything we want, except your labor, I guess. Fucking up your brain isn't really necessary." He smirks smugly at Gorka. "Worst thing I could do is check the memory banks for something funny. but I doubt there's nothing I haven't seen before. Been a terrorist for around 15 years, I think. Gantz rubs his chin as he adds, I could probably jack your passports too, but again, you got nothing I want. I don't need to steal 20,000 credits from a wage slave. Strangely, Gorka feels reassured. He wants to believe it, and his life is already over anyway. These knots of fear and anxiety just needed to be relaxed. Gantz pats Gorka once and says, Just take a seat, buddy. Let's get it over with. He pulls back a pad in the back of his head, exposing his implant. Gantz begins strapping and buckling him in. Stepping around the chair, Gantz looks in at the neural interface port. After pulling back some tiny latches on it, he then sticks in a pair of tiny pliers. I'm pulling out your neural chip in 3, 2, 1. The implant tugs for a bit, yanking Gorka's head, but it dislodges with a click. Gantz sets it down on a console and then returns holding a cord. Here comes the plug, says Gantz as he begins to count. 3, 2, 1. The familiar clicking, humming, and gentle vibration through Gorka's skull indicates the jack in his socket. Gantz turns and begins to type and scroll on a terminal nearby. Yep, he mutters, CCX. It's like cracking a mining scanner. These cheap motherfuckers. Tapping on the console, Gantz says, Alright, every chip is accessible through the BMI, like a ship computer. Yep, there's your ID chip, money chip, emotion chip. Just gonna change a few values and we'll be all good. Still a bit nervous, Gorka asks, So, you won't be ripping the chips out? Nah, replies Gantz. Lucky for you, your master centralized your implants for easier control over the slaves. Gorka glances at Drago and asks, But your scar? Drago holds out his own arm as he explains, Well, that's how we used to do it. Wasn't sure yet how yours would go. Didn't want to get your hopes up. A sigh of relief comes from Gorka as he relaxes on the chair. Yeah, chimes Gantz. You'll even fucking have your ID and money chips. Won't help your new legal troubles, but maybe it'll come in useful. Just give me a few minutes to check some things. The next few minutes are quiet, aside from keyboard tapping, machines humming, and chairs creaking. It's still strange to Gorka how quiet and relaxed a spaceship can be without worrying about productivity. There's a strange, earthy smell in the room that he can't quite figure out. Alright, that should be it, says Gantz, turning to Gorka. No more unwanted frequencies, no more random backdoors to your brain, all good. Starts unbuckling Gorka, who can't help but stretch and move a bit in his seat. As he looks around, Draco is left. The android is sitting at a console, and the fat man in the armchair is still just lying there. Gorka asks, So, what now? Gantz rolls his shoulder and grunts, Now, nothing. We're trying to lose some heat, so we're lying low for like 6 more hours. I see. So what should I do? Gantz slowly swivels in his seat as he lazily answers, You can get set up on Vicario if you want. Cool. What do I need? Gantz exhales. Implant, passwords. Gorka stands up somewhat awkwardly as he looks around Gantz's workspace. He asks, Alright, where's my implant? Gantz slowly swivels in his seat, lazily pointing behind him. He stops suddenly, then turns the other way, pointing at a nearby cabinet. He says, Actually, just take the S600 in there. Use the same PCI 3 port. Oh, an S600? Asks Gorka. Is that better? Than a fucking NEP 6? Yeah. NEP 6 doesn't even have a fucking nerve matrix. Can't feel shit with that weight slave tech. Also, it's already configured for all the shit we use. Gorka walks to the cabinet and opens it. Inside are several shelves with lines of pins holding various tools and metal pieces. Can't seem to find which one is the S600. Sighing, Gantz scoots over and points at a small circular metal piece. That one. The one that says S600 on it. Gorka pulls it from its pin in the shelf. He feels a bit anxious to be annoying his hosts. Sorry, thanks. It's fine, replies Gantz. Just don't die with it while you're off the ship. I'll try not to. So, Where do I go now? Gantz rubs his forehead.
So you're just going straight into Vicario? I think we still have a computer down in that room you're in. Someone might have taken parts out of it, don't know. But if it does work, you can just connect directly into it. There's probably a BMI 3 to USB 50 cord down there.
Right, thanks. With that, Gorka walks through the bridge, curiously looking at the unconscious fat man in the armchair as he passes. He steps through several empty, quiet rooms. It's very strange to him to be able to walk with a purpose set by himself, with an indeterminate future. They must be watching him still, somehow. It would be foolish to trust a stranger to wander around their ship freely. After passing through the rec room and down into the locker room, Gorka had returned to the bedroom in which he had awoken. Sitting at the desk, Gorka finds the button on the computer. Pushing it does nothing until he plugs the computer into the power outlet. The BIOS appears, displaying Senja Slide, the name of the motherboard. The booting process goes no further than this, as Gorka discovers that there is no boot drive in the computer. On his way to the bridge, in search of such a drive, he finds Gantz in the locker room. Gorka politely halts and informs him, "Hey, there's no memory drives in the computer. It won't boot up." "Oh yeah," Gantz says, rubbing his forehead. "I was pulling some shit off his drives. Here, we'll walk to my room over here." Walking down the hall of doors, they open and pass through one. Inside is a similar setup to Gorka's room, though there is much more computer hardware. There seem to be several computer towers, circuit boards, and other pieces with cords running between them. After a moment of looking, Gantz pulls a little tray out of a computer. He examines it, then shows Gorka that it has Janik labeled on it. "Here's your boot drive," states Gantz, who then looks a bit more skeptical. "Tell me you know how to plug this in." Gorka seems a bit insulted, furrowing his brow as he responds, "Of course." Gantz places the square drive in Gorka's hand. "Alright," says Gantz. "I'll be in here if you have more problems. I'll message you if you get the computer running, and I'll give you some links. Save you some time." "Right," replies Gorka, nodding and walking back to his room. Gorka finds himself in a large, ornate bedroom. The interior is adorned with marble columns and floors. Large windows allow bright sun rays into the room. There's a large bed with luxurious red silk blankets. He notices that he is wearing long red sleeves and a red robe which drapes down to his ankles. Peculiar to him, he feels the silky fabric as he wanders around the room. "My lord, you've returned to me," a feminine voice shouts from across the room. As he turns to look, he is face to face with a wolf woman who has blue hair and wearing a maid outfit. Before he can do anything, she is already glomping onto him. Gorka is knocked to the floor with the heavy wolf woman atop him. He lets out a grunt as he is dazed. "Oh, master," she says with a sincere, concerned look. "I apologize. Are you okay?" She's caressing his head with her claws, her face very close to his. Gorka has a confused expression, looking at her. He stammers, What the fuck is happening? What is this? Who are you?" Her paws rest on him. She tilts her head with a look of concern and a tinge of pain. "Master," she says, "why, I'm your faithful wife. You've been gone for so long. Have you forgotten me?" She becomes sadder. Gorka is stupefied, unsure of what to say or do. She stands up off of him, lifting him to his feet. She leads him over to the bed, helping him onto it. The lupine girl appears so sincere. Gorka has never seen anything like her. "Poor master," she says down to him. "The other world must have really hurt you. Well, your loving wife Liana's here to make you all better." She leans forward, her ample bosom beneath her face. Her claw begins gently stroking his hair. It feels really nice, even though Gorka is nervous and confused. "I've missed you so much," she says sweetly. Nobody has ever touched him so tenderly and spoke so sweetly to him. He feels safe even in her gaze, though he still has questions. After an intense, lusty stare, she straddles him with her wide hips. Liana is heavy as she sits on him, and then she starts undoing her buttons and laces. She opens her blouse, causing her large breasts to spill out, barely contained by a black bra. I'm gonna make everything better, baby, she says, leaning forward and pressing herself against him. Her huge breasts are crushing his chest as her face gets close. Those sincere, lusty eyes bore into his. Gorka is still stunned by all of this, but so immediately aroused that his erection is rising under her big butt. She grinds on his crotch, tormenting him and looking quite smug about it. He recoils and moans, surprised at her control over him. Liana's eyes sparkle as her lips advance on his, and... Hey! There's a shout from across the room. Another female. Gorka and Liana freeze, seeing a group of both human and anthropomorphic women. Their expressions look surprised and stern. The foremost woman is a curvaceous lizard of some kind, wearing a dress. Her hands are on her hips as she glares. She asks in a reprimanding tone, "The master returned, and you didn't tell anyone, Liana?" "That's not my responsibility," she pouts. The girls begin to crowd around the bed as another accuses, "You just wanted him for yourself." Liana looks frustrated, but still horny as she keeps caressing Gorka's face. His eyes are wide as he looks around at the women of various species, now crawling into the bed and crowding him. Wait, he says, starting to fidget under Liana. This is met by numerous hands and rumps holding his body down. Many hands caress him all over, undoing his robe and pulling it off. These lusty vixens are utterly entranced by him, though annoyed by each other's presence. They begin kissing him. One nibbles on his neck with her snout. "Get off of him. I want him first." "No, me." Gorka can't even see the rest of his body through theirs, as he feels himself being groped and fondled. Panting erratically, he is completely overstimulated by all of this. Moments later, they are scratching him with their claws, biting him with their teeth, sucking on his skin, feeling him, grinding on him, riding him, and flipping him around in various positions. It's like a pile of animals enraptured in a breeding frenzy over the only male left in existence. "Well, well, well," an exaggerated Cockney voice speaks from across the room. "What have we here?" This does nothing to deter the furry mating pile. "I said," the voice speaks louder, irritated, "what have we here?" There's the sound of a cane tapping on the floor. The women begin to look over. The women glance toward the disturbance. The voice speaks with some command. "Move aside. Let me see who you got there." The girls are agitated, but few of them scoot aside. Gorka now has a clear line of sight to a man in a red three-piece suit with gold jewelry, bowler hat, and cane. The man's eyes widen, stupefied. "Che," he says, stunned. "What the fuck?" The man walks over to the bed, stepping on it and walking across until he is standing over Gorka with a serious glare. The women exchange curious, annoyed glances as they quietly watch the scene. He points down at Gorka with his cane. "All right, Nurbeck. I thought we had an agreement about not fucking with the hallowed grounds." Gorka's eyes are wide with confusion as he lies there, naked and covered in various bites and scratches. To say the least, this has left him at a loss for words. The man insults. "What are you, stupid? You really decided to pretend to be a dead man and fuck his wives? The dragon not enough for you?" Gorka throws up his hands and shakes his head. "I have no idea what's going on." "Real fucking funny. Can't even respect the dead, can you?" Gorka examines the cane and ends up seeing down the barrel of a gun inside of it. "Can't believe it had to end this way." Gorka pleads. No, seriously, I swear, I just got here. I woke up on your ship, I have no idea what's happening." The man furrows his brow. "You fucking with me?" Gorka shakes his head and replies, "I was on the ship you guys attacked. I was told I could log into your VR." The man keeps pointing his cane gun while rubbing his chin skeptically. The wage slave. Finally, the man pulls the cane away and uses it like a normal cane. Finally, the man pulls the cane away and leans on it. He quietly examines Gorka before turning and stepping off the bed. Come, he instructs. We need to have a little chat. Gorka is stunned for a moment, but he begins to shuffle to his feet. He feels sore and tingly all over from the women. Speaking of which, they all look upset now as they begin to push him back down. No, no, no. The master must rest. It's been so long. The man stops walking and groans. He spins around and looks at the furry pile. Suddenly, Gorka watches as the women are all slowly repelled away from him, as if he had a strong magnetic field. Another strong force then yanks Gorka out of the bed and across the room, landing at the feet of the man. The women landed in different ways, some on their feet, some rolling, some shuffling to their feet from the ground. But they all have angry expressions, and they all begin to draw claws, weapons, and magic spells. The dapper man remarks, "Oh dear. Time to leave." He frantically turns and runs out of the room, dragging Gorka like a rag doll as if attached together by an invisible rope. As they pass through the door, a variety of arrows, bullets, and fireballs follow them out. He just barely turns a corner in time to dodge. The man runs down the hall toward a large open door, allowing in bright sun rays. Dragging Gorka along, he charges through it and leaps off a balcony. Another hail of mundane and magical projectiles pass by just overhead. Gorka shouts, dizzy, confused, and frightened as the wind blows against them. The two men land on a hardwood surface with loud thumps. The dapper man lands on his feet, but Gorka painfully lands face down. After groaning and trying to recompose himself, he looks around and sees that he's on the deck of some kind of boat. There's a few black gold robots with red visors and strange guns standing around. Once more he is dragged by the man, this time through a doorway into the boat's bridge. It hardly resembles a spacecraft. There's weird gauges, levers, brass pipes, electrical orbs, and so on. Another robot guard is present here. The dapper man jumps at the controls. He exclaims, "We are getting the fuck out of here." Just as Gorka begins climbing back to his feet, he is knocked over by the boat suddenly shifting hard several times. The dapper man fights to hang on to a steering wheel, pushing buttons and operating levers. Gorka pulls himself up onto a console, struggling to stand. He looks out the window at an amazing sight of a beautiful blue sky around them. He sees various monitors showing what appears to be a glorious fantasy city made of marble beneath them. There seems to be smoke and fires down there. "Holy shit," he says, both in awe and at all the action. "Yep," replies the dapper man. The boat rocks as there are several explosions happening on top of it. Gorka keeps hanging onto the console for dear life. Pushing a few buttons, the man yells, "Fuck! Oh, goddamn city's hostile! We gotta get the fuck out of here!" Suddenly the boat rocks hard and they begin flying extremely fast through the clouds. There's nothing around now except grassland and some mountains. The dapper man takes a deep sigh of relief. "Alright, we lost him. Should be fine here." Gorka, too, is panting and relieved to catch a break as he sits down in a nearby chair. "I can never go back there again. Awesome," says the dapper man, turning to Gorka. "Thanks." The two men rest for a moment. The dapper man begins to walk away when Gorka gets yanked hard out of his seat and onto the floor. "Oh shit," the man says. "Forgot about that. Ah well, had it coming anyway." He and Gorka now sit in decadent chairs, with red cushioning and gold trim. The deck is a hardwood floor. The boat has a black wood with gold trim scheme on the walls. There are brass pipes, wood boxes, and some soldiers with guns patrolling the railing. There's a clear blue sky, and they're high up enough to see across the horizon. A mountain range, grass plains, an ocean. The dapper man pours a teapot into 2 cups. He takes one of the cups and sips it. He gestures to Gorka with 2 fingers to do the same. Gorka does so, sipping. There's no actual drinking, of course. The liquid seems to go nowhere inside of him. The man seems to enjoy his aesthetics and theatrics. So, begins the man, welcome to my airship. I am the master, Dion Ruho. He rolls his hand to Gorka. Now you say your name. Gorka Kolar. Greetings, Gorka. He raises his cup as he bows, then leans back into his chair with a grunt. So, let me explain why I'm here. You see, I was minding my own business. You know, building an empire and all that. And suddenly, what do you know? My dead friend comes online. A guy that I watched die of radiation poisoning, crying and shitting blood. He takes a sip, purely to build suspense. Now, as you might imagine, I thought that was kind of strange. So I get in my airship and fly on over. We're not supposed to be in our dead friend's territories. You know, respect to the dead and all that. He takes another sip. Gorka finds him to be a very eccentric and theatrical guy. He knew peculiar co-workers, but no one like this. He's almost like a child playing pretend. Not only that, another dead crewmate came online at the same time. So we have 2 dead people's accounts being used. A bit strange. A bit spooky even, one could say. He takes another sip. Then I find my dead friend walking around and banging his harem. So why don't you enlighten me as to what necromancy has transpired here? I'd love to hear it. The man dramatically crosses his legs and clasps his hands, eagerly awaiting Gorka's response. Well, Gorka starts, trying to piece it together. It's a bit annoying how Dion is looking at him with that mock suspense. Gantz, I think his name was, he gave me an implant and a drive for a computer. He told me to use it to get set up on Vicario. I'm not sure what happened. The 2 men sit quietly for a moment. Dion seems to be thinking. I see. So the computer guy gave you our dead friend's shit to use? Gorka rubs the back of his head. I had no idea. Sorry. It's fine, replies Dion. So a Wade slave wakes up on our ship, and he gets a dead guy's implant and another dead guy's computer. Amazing. Tell me more. Gorka tries to figure out exactly how much sarcasm this guy is using. He starts, Dion's head suddenly explodes into a bloody, pulpy mess like a smashed pumpkin, and splatters against the wall behind the chair he was sitting in. Gorka's eyes widen in terror as he jumps. The well-dressed, headless corpse slumps to the ground. Gorka is shaking as he frantically looks around the deck. He ducks behind the railing as he scurries along. He approaches a stairway where a group of guards wearing black and gold spiky armor are rushing toward him. They glance at him, but they simply pass him and rush to the scene of the crime. The guards begin pointing their strange guns out into the distance. One of their heads explode. The others immediately begin taking shots with their powerful rifles into the horizon. Each shot creates strange effects like a laser emitting many electrical arcs. Gorka dips to the nearby door to the bridge, turning the latch and opening it. Inside is the red-carpeted, wood-walled room with various terminals and a big nautical steering wheel. At the wheel is a man, the eccentric one who had suffered from a spontaneous head explosion. Dion says, "That's what I get for forgetting to armor up." He operates the main console. He gently moves the wheel while focusing on a monitor that seems to be scanning the skies with a crosshair. Gorka timidly comes up from behind. Dion mutters, "It's either Chet's NPCs that found us or it's the world's biggest cocksmoker out there. I'm betting on the latter." Gorka watches as the console picks up a glowing silhouette, then zooms in. Dion pushes a button, causing a bolt of lightning to shoot away from the screen, hitting and exploding the target. "Got you, fucker," Dion says low at the screen. "You thought," a voice says from the door of the bridge. The men spin around and see a figure in a long black cloak, a wide-brimmed black hat, and a disturbing white bird face with gaping eye sockets and small white pupils. Dion pulls a bizarre, long brass contraption of a firearm out of his coat, even though it shouldn't fit. He points it at the figure as it begins charging electricity. The cloaked figure grips the sword on his back, prepared to attack. Dion yells, "Stop, you asshole! We got a situation here. Can I get 5 fucking minutes to talk to this guy?" The two men stare each other down. Gorka is stunned with wide eyes, not sure if an epic battle is about to erupt here. Not taking his eyes off Dion or his hand off his sword, the cloaked figure asks, "Is that Chet?" "Stop fucking attacking us and you'll find out." The cloaked man stretches his fingers out as he clearly shows that he is lowering his guard. Dion keeps pointing his gun. "I should fucking shoot you," he says before lowering it. The three men go over the situation with Gorka using the implant computer of dead crewmates. The cloaked man says, crossing his arms. "That also freaked me out when I saw those two come online." "And yet you still decided to start fucking with us before finding out," responds Dion. "Look, I wanted to let off some steam. We got fucked today." "You always fucking say that." "And how can I resist pulling the trigger with your head in my sights?" Dion turns to Gorka, gesturing to the cloaked man. "Gorka, this is Nurbeck, the biggest cocksucker on this network. He'll fuck with you because he's mad that he can't buckle a belt right." Nurbeck gestures to Dion. "Gorka, this is Dion, the biggest pussy who starts fights he can't finish." "I wasn't starting shit," replies Dion, making a sailing motion with his hand. "I was just sailing along and see what my dead friend was up to." Gorka is stunned, glancing at them as they go back and forth. "Yeah, I saw you sailing out of that city," Nurbeck says accusingly. "They had a few fires and you aggroed the NPCs." Dion gestures at Gorka with both hands. "Only because I saw this fucker fucking Chet's wife, so I had to pull him out." He waves his hand in front of Gorka's face as he looks at Nurbeck. "As you can see, he is on Chet's account, and they thought he was their fucking master that's been gone for a year." Nurbeck rubs his chin. "So they tried to fuck him? That explains the bites and scratches on him. Chet had good taste." "They were fucking him when I walked in." "Ooh, so did they do butt stuff on him then? I recall a few of them had..." The two men glance at Gorka. He rubs his sore butt. He, indeed, was on the receiving end of the aforementioned activity. "Yeah, well," continues Dion, "we need to fix this. Gant's passed the burden on to us, so he needs his own account." Nurbeck shakes his head and groans faintly. "God, what an asshole. He needs to configure his nerve matrix and everything. This is gonna take hours." He looks at Gorka and asks, "Just don't die in real life after we help you?" Nurbeck seems aloof but intense at the same time. Gorka shrugs and holds out his hands. "I'll do my best." Nurbeck sighs again. "This is not how I wanted to cope with yet another botched job." Dion replies, "Yeah, well, learn how to tie people up next time." Nurbeck glares at him. "Yeah, well, next time disable the comms when someone tells you to." The bickering continues for another minute. Eventually, they log off and communicate with Gorka via the comm server connected to his implant. They spend 2 hours painfully guiding him through the full-die virtual reality configuration process. He has himself scanned to create an avatar, he has a nerve matrix made to match his body, he configures his account, creates his own realm on Vicario. There are many software problems along the way, requiring some frustrating troubleshooting. Gantz has to be pinged once to help configure the account to run on the computer and connect to the server properly. Nurbeck and Dion take turns, getting frustrated and giving up in intervals, occasionally bickering. Finally, the three men are standing in a grassy plain with a blue sky and some clouds overhead. The grass, as well as Nurbeck's cloak and hair, are blowing in the wind. Gorka finally appears as he does in real life, wearing a tank top and boxers. He looks very undignified compared to the cloaked demon slayer and the steampunk gentleman. Dion holds his hand out as he proclaims, "This is your world. Do with it as you please. But if you do gross shit, don't tell me about it." Gorka walks around feeling the seemingly infinite potentiality of this blank space. He's had access to virtual reality all of his life, but nothing like this was ever available to Lord Core wage slaves. "Also," says Dion, pointing at Nurbeck, "this cunt will randomly try to fuck with you." Nurbeck responds, looking at Gorka, "Nah, I'm sick of looking at you. I don't want to cause more problems just to have to fix them." Gorka creates a marble-tiled floor on the grass and spawns a few marble columns. He then spawns a reflective large ball which rolls slightly. He spawns a rabbit, which begins to walk around and nibble on the grass. Gorka then spawns a giant alien monster, which stomps the rabbit under its foot and roars. Nurbeck quickly slashes it in half with his large sword. The bisected parts spin and thump onto the grass. Dion says, "See? You already get it." Gorka feels strangely reassured. He pulls up an interface, showing the other users of the ship's server. Gorka, online. Somsak, do not disturb. Gantz, online. Drago, offline. Raphael, do not disturb. Nurbeck, online. Dion, online. Leo, offline. Chet, offline. Janik, offline. Gorka asks, "Well, what about these other guys?" Dion answers, "Those guys keep to themselves. Don't worry about them. The only asshole to watch out for is..." He trails off and gestures at Nurbeck with his thumb. Nurbeck says under his breath, "And yet he's the one who fired a giant cannon which blew up a part of the city we all use." "It was an accident," explains Dion with a shrug and a hint of sarcasm. "Nobody likes lit nicks anyway." Dion steps beside Gorka, gesturing around and saying, "So anyway, here's your world to play in. Don't annoy the others, and I think..." Hey, he looks over at Nurbeck. "When did the fat man say we gotta be ready for the jumps?" "I think there's a timer on the group chat. 3 hours, I think." "Okay, well, you got a few hours to play around, and then you gotta be ready. I don't know what you can do, but be ready, I guess." Gorka nods. "Right, just tell me whatever I gotta do." "I think it's just a warp jump procedure, so it's whatever." Dion pats his shoulder. "But good. Welcome aboard. Also, one more thing." Dion suddenly points his fist at Nurbeck and fires a beam of energy, vaporizing Nurbeck's head. The headless, cloaked body slumps to the ground. "Alright," states Dion. He then disappears. Eventually, Nurbeck's corpse turns into a cloud of feathers that blow away. The scene is suddenly dead silent as he looks around at the horizon of grass and blue sky around him. Infinite potentiality, limited only by his imagination. It is a stark contrast to the oppressive life as a wage slave. Chapter 4: The Shipyard. Earth time, 1428 GMT, 13:02:25:27. Location, X2140. Aboard the Shitbox, vessel of the Sargasso Marauders. Raphael asks, "We ready to go or what?" Somsak looks around the dark room at the men standing idle in their tank tops, boxers, and socks. Their bodies are faintly illuminated by the glow of console screens. He asks, "Where's the stowaway?" Gantz jerks the air and snides, "Probably getting all that unrestricted Vicario out of his system." Somsak groans and pulls up his AR interface. He messages Gorka, "Hey, you motherfucker, get the fuck up to the bridge." Gorka replies, "It's time? I didn't hear a buzzer." "Don't get smart with me, Weiji. Be here in 3 minutes." "Yes, sir." Somsak shakes his head and mocks, "Yes, sir."
We got another bright one.
Speaking of bright ones, Dion asks, who the hell sets an alarm for 1419?
That's the time it was when I fucking set the alarm. You're 10 hours.
You set a stopwatch instead of an alarm?
It was 10 hours. Not like you sons of bitches are ever on time anyway.
I had an alarm set for 1450, because I thought it'd be 1500.
You want a cookie? Anyway, we don't need that cunt. Gantz, start that shit up. Get us moving again.
Aye, aye, says Gantz, pulling up holographic interfaces. After a minute, Shekinah states, warp jump destination set 1AU from X2529. Warp jump procedure to 1AU from X2529 initialized. Gantz reclines in his seat, his arms behind his head as he relaxes. Somsak is already doing the same thing. Raphael rubs his own forehead as he comments, feeling a head rush. Anyone else smell copper? Nurbeck looks at him, then snorts. Blood begins running down from Nurbeck's nostril. He wipes his nose and looks at the blood on his finger.
Oh, good, he remarks. That's back.
Dion's nose also begins to bleed as he glances between Nurbeck and Raphael. Confused, Dion asks, what's back? Raphael groans, his nose also bleeding. Inductors are fucking up again, probably pelting us with ions again. He wiped his finger on his boxers and tears up some tissues to shove into his nose.
Somsak says, as long as it doesn't fry the electronics, we're fine.
Jack states, running diagnostics now. The ship chimes again. Warp jump procedure completed. Gantz says, hang on. He seems to focus on the console for a moment, tapping and scrolling. Alright, we're good. Dion asks, you mean the nosebleed thing? No, just check the course and scanned around us to see if it's all clear. Well, that's good. Now about the nosebleed thing. Despite the discussion, the bridge is quiet enough that they hear the footsteps of Gorka. He runs into the room, panting a bit. Looking around and seeing the others, he stands up straight and salutes to Somsak. He says, sorry for being late, Captain. Somsak mockingly salutes him back.
This is what you fuckers need to start doing,
he says, looking at the others and pointing amusingly at Gorka. Nurbeck says, please don't kiss his fucking ass. It's too big for you. Somsak asks,
didn't you get my message, wage slave?
Gorka furrows his brow and shakes his head. I didn't see it. I thought there'd be a buzzer telling us when it's time to work. Somsak sighs, his chair turning back and forth.
There's no goddamn buzzer. Maybe we should put one in, though.
Gorka seems perplexed. I heard a buzzer earlier. It woke me up. Drago explains, there was no buzzer. Employees of the system tend to get trained or traumatized into the routine assigned for them. You've likely gotten so used to hearing it that you dreamt it or hallucinated it after a long sleep. Gorka's eyebrows raise as he realizes this. He simply says, oh. Drago comforts him. It'll go away after a while. Shekinah states, warp jump destination set. 1AU from X288-4-1. Warp jump procedure to 1AU from X288-4-1 initialized. Raphael asks, 88? The hell are we going there for?
Alright, here's what's going on, Somsak answers. We talked it over. Gantz and Jack say there's a destroyed shipyard there.
Somsak announces,
alright, here's what's going on. We talked it over. Gantz and Jack say there's a destroyed shipyard there. We can lie low and also salvage some shit there. Pirates been hitting it for a month.
So we're not resupplying at the Cape?
With what? We're gonna bet we can huck nickel at them? I'm not fucking going through sterilization for that.
Dion rubs his chin. It doesn't seem so bad. The shipyard, I mean.
Yeah,
agrees Somsak.
Let's try something a bit easier.
Nurbeck comments. Always good when a mission starts off that way.
Watch us get into a fight with other pirates or something.
At least pirates are smarter than wage slaves, says Gantz. They won't turn a robbery into a killing spree to appease their masters. The guys glance at Gorka briefly. No offense, says Dion. I mean, replies Gorka. I didn't do shit. That was all them. Dion nods. Shakina chimes. Warp jump procedure completed. Gantz turns his focus to his console. Jax also focuses on another console. The rest alternating between lounging, looking out the window, or watching a console. There's silence, some tapping of keys, and the humming of machinery for several minutes. Jax states, debris cluster, approximately 698.2 kilometers. Target marked. Somsak says,
Damn, we're really close to it. Shakina, move toward target at... What's 692.2 divided by 3?
Jax answers, 232.73, with a repeating decimal of 3.
Shakina, accelerate at target by 232.73 kilometers per hour. Within 50 kilometers of target, decelerate to 100 meters per hour, and do an EM signature sweep. Remain alert for debris.
Somsak grunts as he stands up, having to balance himself on his own legs momentarily.
Jax, stay on alert for hostiles and collisions. That should give us about 3 hours.
Affirmative. Sweet, comments Raphael. Back to Vicario. Glad I got pulled out of it for this. Somsak walks toward the door. He glances at Gorka and stops.
Oh yeah, you?
Gorka returns the glance with curiosity. Somsak asks,
So what do you want to do?
This perplexes Gorka. What do you mean? A bit agitated, Somsak clarifies.
Are you a pirate now, or a wage slave?
Gorka exhales and replies, I guess so. There's nothing else to do. Somsak gives him that half-dead glare, seeming to weigh his response. He extends a hand to Gorka. Gorka looks at it, then grabs it. Somsak firmly grips his hand and pulls him closer, suddenly giving Gorka an intense glare. It's as if Somsak is trying to assess Gorka's very soul.
You won't shoot us in the back, right? Can I trust you? Will you stick your neck out for us?
Gorka nods. Yes, sir.
Will you kill for us?
Gorka hesitates, but nods. Somsak maintains the glare, but then his expression softens. He gives a nod.
I'm Somsak. I run the ship,
he says, releasing Gorka's hand and stepping out the door.
Enough of that sir, yes sir bullshit,
snides Nurbeck. The others are standing around, having become interested in the scene. He adds,
This ain't the fucking company, or the military.
Somsak says from the next room over,
You animals could learn a thing or two from them.
The group begins walking out of the room, giving glances and approving gestures to Gorka as they pass him. Drago is last, and he's looking at Gorka with a warm smile. He pats Gorka on the shoulder. They walk into the rec room where Dion, Somsak, and Gantz are. Drago asks,
Hungry or thirsty, Gorka?
Gorka does feel dehydrated. His mouth is dry. He answers, I could go for a water.
How about some drink mix?
Sure. Drago opens a cabinet at the bar, showing some small boxes inside. He goes over them with his hand.
We have dragon fruit, blueberry acai, and green tea.
Gorka rubs his chin. Dragon fruit sounds good. Draco pours some water out of the sink into a bottle, sprinkles the packet in, closes the bottle, and shakes it in his hand. He offers it to Gorka, who takes it and drinks it. Gorka makes a small, satisfied sound. He drinks some more to quench his thirst. He looks over and sees Somsak putting a bowl of some kind of pasta into the microwave. Dion takes over the sink to fill up a cup of noodles with water. Gantz is lounging on the couch, staring into space. He's probably using AR or VR. As Somsak waits at the microwave for his food, Gorka asks, Is there anything you need me to do? Somsek turns around, scratching his belly. He seems only half there.
He groans. What can you do?
Gorka scratches the back of his own head. Well, space mining. Gorka scratches the back of his own head. Well, space mining. I worked on a DPX-60 refinery. I can weld. I can pilot shuttles. I've used Aperture, CCX, and Canon. I know some Prism and C. Somzak rolls his eyes.
Alright, whatever. That's fine. That's about what everyone else knows.
Gant says from the couch. Have to know how to build computers and reactors from scratch just to get paid minimum wage. Many such cases. Somsak turns back to his microwave, pulling a steaming pasta pie out of it. He bumps the microwave closed with his back and leans on the bar, eating as he talks to Gorka.
Just hang out for now, don't break anything,
he says with his mouth full.
How are you in a fight?
Gorka shrugs. I've never really fought before, except in VR. It's not VR like what you guys have, though.
You can train with the guys. They like fighting sims. It teaches you if your nerve matrix is configured. I assume you did all that.
Gorka nods.
Alright, whatever. Going back to my chair.
He walks out of the room. Drago asks Gorka, It's a bit early to ask, but how do you like it so far? It seems okay. Vicario was insane. Draco chuckles. Yes, they do love their games, among other things. If you have any questions or problems, come talk to me, alright? Gorka nods. Alright, thanks. There's the faint humming of a car engine in the distance as it drives across a long stretch of road under a blue sky. The area is flat grassland with some palm trees and bushes. An ocean is on one side, and a city is on the horizon. The car is a red hot rod with the roof down, speeding at 130 kilometers per hour. At the wheel, a caveman is wearing sunglasses, a Hawaiian shirt, and white shorts. The wind blows his shaggy black hair as he rests one burly arm on the car door. From nowhere, Jack speaks. Somsak, I have received an EM radio transmission from the target location we suspect to be the shipyard. They wish to know if we are pirates. Would you like to talk to them? Somsak replies,
Sure. Patch me in.
There's a ping, followed by radio static. Somsak takes his hand off the wheel and reclines in the driver's seat, prepared to give all of his attention to this discussion.
Captain speaking. Identify yourself.
Oh, hello. A normal-sounding voice responds. Yeah. I'm the manager of X288-4-2 Conifer Station.
Prove it. ID number,
demands Somsak without missing a beat. Sure, we'll exchange ship codes then.
Alright, give us a minute.
He asks.
Jax.
Yes?
Whose shipyard is that?
It is owned by 3C.
Send them the 3C code,
orders Somsak. Affirmative. One moment later, Jack states, Code received. It is a 3C spacecraft.
Or somebody's lying,
comments Somsak before returning to the call. Begins the caller. Well, the code checks out. What's your business here?
We're here from the company. We're here to fix and salvage the station.
I see. And who sent you? Somsak draws a blank.
Jax, what's the sector HQ for 3C?
X2 192-2-1.1 Tirotech Station. Somsak says to the caller.
X2 192-2-1.1 Tirotech Station dispatched us.
Well, it's about time. We've been calling you guys for 3 months. Somsak smirks.
Yeah, you know how management is. Better late than never.
Well, come on over and pull up to the docking bay. Can't miss it. It's the non-destroyed part of the station. Also, we got a beacon anyway. The way is clear of debris, but be careful.
Roger that, Conifer. Be there in 2 hours.
He ends the call, then orders,
Jax, be prepared to fire all weapons if they shoot at us.
Somsec then telepaths everyone on the server.
Everybody, got a situation. The shipyard is occupied and they know we're coming. They say they're 3C workers, but they could be lying. Be ready in the bridge in an hour.
Dion mauls, oh boy, more murdering. Somsak puts his hand back on the steering wheel of the hot rod. As it cruises down the road, it suddenly disappears without a trace. Over an hour later, the ship slowly cruised through an open part of the debris field. The crew stands in the bridge, gawking at the utter destruction around them. The shipyard and numerous spacecraft are shredded to pieces, like a man-made asteroid field. Before them is an angular building, the only part of this massive trash pile that hasn't been warped and shredded beyond recognition. An enormous black gold 3C logo is on the side. Dion comments, Christ, these guys got fucked up. What do you think did it? Asteroids? Nurbeck crosses his arms and replies, maybe, but some of that looks like explosive damage. There's that one giant hole there that's like a giant fucking arrow. Might have been corporate black ops or something. Dion says, there's no way wage slaves are living in there. I only ever lived in shitholes, replies Nurbeck. You should know how management is by now. Gantz chimes in. There's energy signatures here, so somebody's living here. Question is it going to be an ambush? Somsak replies, it'd have to be an ambush where they want us off the ship first. They haven't shot us yet. Nurbeck asks, do they have any defenses? Jax answers, they have 2 laser cannons trained on us right now. He projects a holographic image to everyone, showing a zoomed-in image of the laser cannons. Indeed, they are following the Marauders. Nurbeck says, we should take those out while we still got the first shot. Fire 2 of our own cannons on theirs. Somsak replies, no. We're gonna go in and see what's going on. We can shut the station down and subdue them if we have to. Take your shits and drink your water now. Nurbeck, Dion, Draco, suit up. Be ready to kill. Dion snides. Hasn't even been 20 hours and we're already killing people again. This is going great. Somsak groans. I hate the Sargasso. The ship carefully maneuvers through the path that's clear of debris and comes to a stop. You two, get the survey drone out here, Somsak orders to Raphael and Gorka. Raphael whines, we should just start leaving it on the hull. Come on, newbie. Somsak comments, the drone will get fucked up by gamma rays eventually if we do that, smart guy. Raphael and Gorka leave the bridge, walking through several rooms before reaching the cargo bay. They find the drone on a rack. It is over a square meter big cubicle, has a sturdy frame, sensors, and thrusters on every side. Help me with this, says Raphael to Gorka, slowly pulling the drone out of the rack. Gorka grabs the other end to help lift it up. It's surprisingly heavy. The 2 men then awkwardly carry it back the way they came, akin to 2 men moving a couch. Gorka trips up a few times, agitating Raphael. Soon after, the 4 Marauders stand in the pressure chamber. Now holding the drone. Once more, they each wear the black, bulky spacesuits with skulls, flames, sigils, and other decals. Among the 4 of them, their arsenal includes an 18mm automatic shotgun, a 6.5 by 51mm assault rifle, a 10mm submachine gun, and 10mm handguns. The team steps outside, walking along the hull of their ship with magnetic boots. They release the drone, which begins to fly toward the shipyard. The men climb onto the muskie and follow the drone from a kilometer away. The drone surveys the surrounding areas and projects a 3D holographic map to the visuals of the Marauders. It maps out everything within line of sight, causing many objects to have dark sides. Still, it creates a useful map of nearby objects, even if the other side of said objects are indeterminate. They are able to detect even small pieces of debris and nimbly navigate the path to the shipyard. Surprisingly, the path is mostly clear of debris, aside from the occasional chip or bolt. The group follows the drone for 6 kilometers before finally reaching a clearing next to the docking bay. Dismounting the muskie, they float over toward an airlock. The men huddle around the door, which is already unlocked for them, allowing for Nurbeck to stick to the hull with his mag boots to turn the valve and open the door. They pull themselves inside and seal the door behind them. This room is another pressure chamber. Repressurization initialized, chimes a robotic voice. They stand idle for a moment as the room fills with air. Repressurization complete, chimes the voice. Nurbeck turns the valve and opens the next airlock, revealing a long hallway. Floating through, they reach the next valve door at the end. Nurbeck sticks to the ground with his mag boots and again begins to turn the valve, but it doesn't budge, no matter how hard he tries. He grunts.
Can't move this one.
Dion says, "Let me try." He sticks to the ground and pulls on it, but it doesn't budge. "What the fuck?" An echoing voice speaks over the radio. "Okay, so, I know you guys aren't from the company." The men quickly grow somber and exchange glances. Dion states, "Fuck, it's a trap." Somsak orders,
"We're sealed. Nurbeck, make an exit."
Nurbeck raises his hand and emits a fiery energy blade. He shoves it into the airlock and begins to slowly slice through it. After a moment, the voice yells, Hey, stop! Stop!" Nurbeck continues emitting sparks as he cuts into the door. The voice states, "Listen, you assholes. We don't want to fight. We want to talk. We don't give a fuck here." Somsak gestures for Nurbeck to halt.
"Stop, Nurbeck."
He stops cutting, retracting his plasma sword. Somsak commands,
"Speak, quickly. And we got a nuke, so don't fuck with us or we'll vaporize what's left of this station."
The voice responds, "We'll gladly take you down with us. But like I said, management isn't involved at all here. You guys are clearly pirates. What'd you come here for? What are you doing here?" Somsak answers,
"We heard this was a good place to get some scrap. Didn't think anyone was here."
"We could work something out. You guys good with construction?" The Marauders exchange annoyed and curious glances. Drago says, "Let's hear them out. Perhaps we can get something without bloodshed this time." Somsak growls to the voice,
"Yeah, we are. Are you gonna tell us who wants to fix your fucking station?"
"Not all of it, but we do need some help. You can help yourself to some of our scrap if you do." Somsak seems a bit unsure as he says,
"Alright, sure. We'll see what we can do."
Nurbeck seems annoyed. The voice says, "Okay, don't shoot us, we won't shoot you. If you kill any of us, we'll also shoot your ship. We still got lasers and bombs, and we don't care if we die at that point." Somsak replies,
"Whatever, sounds good."
The voice states, "Door's unlocked now." Nurbeck grabs the valve and it easily turns. Too easily. He keeps turning and turning it. "Is it opening?" Nurbeck replies, "No." The voice says, frustrated, "Oh, you assholes broke the door." There's an audible sigh before he says, "Alright, finish cutting it open. God damn it." Nurbeck extends his plasma sword and finishes cutting across the door. He kicks the door halves open, one half sent floating into the room. Inside is a corporate lobby, with pressure-fastened chairs and benches. Aside from a faint buzzing of electrical systems, there is silence. A couple doors along the walls, and a flight of stairs in the center of the room. The fluorescent lighting flickers in some spots. On closer inspection, there are a few bullet holes and scorch marks. There's a crater in the floor ahead. There is a large poster on a wall which reads, "All of this is possible because of the producers." There is a 6-pointed star and a hand clutching a credit sign. A group of wealthy people are directing spaceships into the sky of Earth. Their eyes and mouths have been scratched out. Smaller text on the poster reads, "Distributed by the Prosperitarian Foundation." Somsak states,
Well, judging from the flickering lights, guess we can add bad wiring or something to the destruction.
Mag boots on and weapons drawn as they step through, not making much noise against the deafening silence. A man's voice echoes from above. "Yeah, you guys look like 3C employees. I like the skulls in your faces and the magic symbols on the one guy's suit." They look up and see 2 armed men in orange-gray jumpsuits with yellow trims. They're staring back down at the Marauders from over the railing on the next floor up. Nurbeck retorts, "Don't worry. We look like the guys they send to kill you." "Probably," replies the man. "That might happen soon." Dion asks, "What's that supposed to mean?" He smiles with an air of cynicism as he pretends to speak officially. "Hi, I'm Eric Gier. I'm the manager here, the guardian of this pile of garbage." Somzak, unamused, steps forward. He states,
I'm the captain, and what's going on here?
"Good question." Eric clears his throat and explains, "Well, as you can see, our station is almost completely destroyed." He gestures to Dion. "To answer your question, we've been stranded out here for 3 months, getting threatened by corporate because they never updated their systems to account for the fact that we have no shipyard. Ever since the place got trashed, we obviously haven't been able to fulfill production orders. Even our comms fail sometimes, so 3C's automated systems keep pinging us and turning up negative because of the unmet quotas and the broken comms. Every time that happens, we get written up. We've tried telling them, but apparently all that was good for was letting pirates know that they can come rob us. You aren't the first." Dion's eyebrows raise as he sucks air through his teeth. "God, that's fucked." "Oh yeah," Eric continues, getting more unhinged. "So every day I get threatened by a fucking automated system or a dumb fucking manager. So we've been sitting here, racking up strikes, constantly being threatened by Sector Command. I think eventually they're going to fire us and dump us somewhere to die. The last few months we've been rewiring shit, clearing debris, welding, having to reprogram computers from scratch without an AI. We've had to spacewalk out to the trash heap out there for parts, pull them out, then install them over here. As you can see, we didn't get far. We also got attacked by pirates a month ago. I also think we might have radiation poisoning now because we started getting random head rushes and painful cramps. So yeah, I don't give a fuck anymore. We knew you guys weren't from the company right away because they never send anybody. Everything gets diverted to Sector HQ back at X-242. The Marauders seem surprised, sympathetic, intrigued, and a bit amused. Even Nurbeck is listening intently, though he scowls with his arms folded. Drago seems to ponder and analyze them. Dion shakes his head and sighs. "Yeah, I've been there. I used to work for these assholes and I started selling off company capital for a while after they fucked me over." Eric says, "Hey, what a coincidence. That's what I'm doing now. If you guys help, you can help yourselves to the crap in the shipyard. You know, without anyone dying." Somsak sighs. "Right. What do you need?" Eric smirks and scoffs as if the question is so absurd. He turns to his associates and asks, "What do we need, Zeki?" His associate begins explaining. "Well, you might have noticed that we have no gravity, and we haven't for months. We have no life support, we lost the engineering department, so we don't even have a complete ratchet set or fuel for welders. We don't have the right tools, so we can't reach some places to unfasten bolts. Power goes down randomly. Our radio is down again. We've been trying to salvage one of those ships outside, but it's taking forever." Somsak asks, "No life support? You guys just wasting your sweat and piss then? How the hell you still got oxygen?" Zeki winces. We go in the bottles we found in the mess hall. We do it in a room where we don't mind it getting messy. Nurbeck smirks. A whole room of piss bottles. As for oxygen, we've been burning through oxygen tanks. Have to keep spacewalking and finding more of them. If we could find life support systems somewhere, we could rig it up and maybe last longer. Somsak replies,
Jeez. Must be going through a whole fucking kiloliter tanks to keep a couple guys alive with no recycling shit.
Yeah, says Eric. Yeah. We're just gonna fucking get our own ship and get out of here, if we can. Just getting help from non-contract workers with the company alone is enough to fry you. We're done with 3C. Go join someone else, or do some independent work. Dion asks, and what's the progress on that? Not good. No warp drive, and obviously no ships with a complete inductor system for it either. Somsak asks,
So then what's your plan? How you getting out of here?
Eric replies, well, we don't have a plan. We're just surviving for now.
Alright, so how much of this fucking station you got left? What do you have?
Eric chuckles and says, get this. Only reason we have power is because we removed a generator from one of the destroyed ships. That was fun to set up. We pulled it over and welded it to the side of this building so it don't float and bump into shit. Pulled some scrap around it and welded it so it had basic protection. And like Zeki said, we lost pretty much fucking everything. You could probably guess that this building wasn't designed to be self-sufficient. At least it's modular. Drago asks, dreadfully curious. What could have caused all of this damage? We need to know. Eric stops, glaring at the marauders as he thinks. He exchanges a glance with Zeki. Pirates, he says. That's all we know. Just came in, blew the station apart, killed everybody but us. Some pirates, says Dion in disbelief. Did 3C forget to give you defenses too? They didn't help, says Eric, eerily. Dion blinks and shrugs. Alright. Nurbeck scoffs. And these guys are threatening to kill us, but they couldn't stop some pirates. Eric exchanges a glare with Nurbeck. He responds, we can still blow up your ship out there with the 2 lasers we have left. Nurbeck telepaths to the group. Hear that? All they got is what they have here. No help is coming if we fuck 'em up. Drago steps in. Do you have enough food and water? Eric replies, we found the cafeteria, torn to shreds. There's enough food floating around in space to feed 100 workers for 3 months. You gotta spacewalk and grab the snack bars one at a time. Thank God, but I'm fucking sick of cricket bars, soy soup, and water. Dion remarks, we don't eat much better. He gets a sudden realization turning to Drago. Sorry, soup was good. Drago smirks, amused that Dion felt the need to apologize.
Okay, so, begins Somsak. You guys had a pirate problem. Anybody still out there right now?
Eric replies, there's no pirates out there right now. They left a while ago.
Alright, and how many people you got here right now? On your crew?
Eric's eyes narrow as he retorts, how many people you got? Somsak furrows his brow and seems to scan Eric before he answers,
10.
Eric raises an eyebrow. He replies, pointing with his thumb, me, Zeki, and Abdul. He's up in the control room. Somsak sighs.
3 people? Christ alive. How many spacesuits you got?
Eric answers, actually we have 6. His place is a docking bay. We had some from our side of the shipyard, then we found 3 more over here. Nurbeck scrutinizes. Are they worn out? Do they leak? Eric replies, they should be fine, but you can test them first. Somsak says,
alright, for starters, give us 4.
3, replies Eric. There's 3 of us, and we all need one. You can have 3.
Alright, fine. We can bring in 3 more of our guys to help. But first, adds Somsak, if we see something out there, we're keeping it. We're not doing all this labor for you out of the kindness of our hearts. We still need worthwhile shit, and we are not getting screwed. I'm ready to fucking kill everyone if this doesn't work out.
Dion cringes. Draco simply gazes while Nurbeck keeps scowling. Right, says Eric. And we're ready to take you all down with us. All we want is what we need to get through the next few months and make it out the other end. We need this building to keep working until we can fuck off on a ship. You can have whatever else is out there. Somsak says,
Alright, well give us a map or something. Show us what places we shouldn't waste our time with. Give us a ship manifest too, so we can see what used to be here.
Eric scratches the back of his head as he replies, we don't have anything from the servers here. That's all gone. Somsak's eyebrows raise.
All gone?
Afraid so. Somsak turns to Zeki.
Not even one computer in this building kept that shit locally stored.
Zeki sucks air through his teeth before he replies, Yep. A map wouldn't help much anyway. Shit got blown up and thrown around everywhere. We can point you toward a ship, though. Nurbeck nods his head up at the second floor and suggests, How about you take us up to your control room up there so we can figure this shit out? Eric's eyes narrow at Nurbeck. With all due respect, you guys can stay down there. Responds Nurbeck. So that's how it is? Yeah, that is how it is. Somsak asks,
So you fuckers have nothing to help us? We're just running out there blind?
Hey, that's what we've been doing. We just go out there and look for things and use a PDA to track the radio back here. We don't even have a utility vehicle like you guys got. If it helps, we'll tell you if something looks familiar or not.
I see. You guys said you were having computer and radio problems, right? I got 2 guys who can help with that, if you let them up there. That sound reasonable?
Maybe. Depends if they really can. Somsak boasts.
We have powerful AIs and a massive data bank of programming languages, operating systems, and scripts for whatever you need. We even got scripts for auto lathes and paint mixers and shit.
Eric's eyebrows raise as he nods, clearly intrigued. Eric's eyebrows raise as he nods, clearly intrigued. All right. You've piqued my interest. Bring your ship around. Somsak telepaths.
Gantz, Jax, pull the ship in by the muskie. Path is clear. We worked out a deal with the crew and we need the rest of you. We're gonna be finding and fixing some shit. We got 3 more spacesuits.
Jax replies, Roger. Gantz lazily responds, Yeah, I heard everything. As he sits in the bridge, Gork asks, So, we're not killing anybody now?
Nah. Looks like we're doing some contracting, though. Not sure which is worse.
The shitbox spends about 10 minutes carefully maneuvering before parking in the clear space beside the docking bay. While that happens, Raphael and Gorka go down to the dark, red-lit engineering closet to retrieve some tools. Racks and shelves are all around them, holding countless tools and parts. Raphael whines. God, I wish they'd just keep everything in another bag. If we find spare tools, we're making a new boarding bag. He digs around, grabbing a welder and angle grinder with spare blade off of a shelf. Ratchets, soldering irons, wires, big and small pliers, a drill with multiple bits, and wrenches out of the shelves. All of it he stuffs into a rugged duffel bag. Catch. He tosses it into the air at Gorka. Gorka nearly fails to catch it and almost falls with it. The tool bag is heavy. Already, Raphael is opening another cabinet with several firearms, knives, and swords inside. He pulls out a few handguns inside of holsters, a revolver pistol inside of a holster, grenades, and a scoped laser gun. Spinning the revolver in his hand, he asks, Can you handle a 10-9? Gorka asks, Why are we gearing up with more weapons? Raphael groans, shaking his head. Ugh. You really haven't been in this long enough. You never want to be unarmed. Suddenly, he tosses the pistol in the air. Gorka catches it with both hands and looks at it. It's a chrome revolver, 6 chambers. Engraved on the side, it reads Rex 10, 10.9 by 33 millimeter. It's already loaded. Should be low-grain rounds, says Raphael. That and the way the gun's built, no recoil at all. Just point and shoot. Pull the hammer back if you want an easier trigger pull. You should be fine with that. Here, take some more rounds. Raphael pulls out a small bag and hands it to Gorka. He unzips it, and indeed, it has about 10 more cartridges inside. Raphael slides a big handbag out of a shelf, carrying it and the handguns in his arms. The scoped laser gun is slung on his back. He closes the cabinet, then grabs an oxygen tank sitting in the corner. Let's go back up. Drago crossed the gap from the docking bay to the shit box while pulling the new spacesuits. Now, the 3 pirates are putting on the orange-gray suits and filling up their tanks as they talk in the airlock. Raphael is patting his suit down as he states, "Well, looks like there's no holes or something that I can see yet." "About fucking time we got extra suits," comments Gantz. "We've been cruising around for months just accepting that half of us are dead if there's a hole in the ship. Hate the colors, though." Gorka's pulling up a suit over himself as he asks, "Why don't you have enough suits?" Gantz smirks, "'Cause people keep dying in them." Gorka presses, "Can't you get more?" Gantz answers, more annoyed, "We almost did, and then the ship exploded." He looks at Gorka with his emotionless cybervisor, still managing to communicate frustration. He then straps a holster to the leg of his suit, a handgun inside. Drago says, "Unfortunately, we don't have a suit for you, Jax." Jax states, "Radiation levels at 428 millisieverts, still potentially disruptive to electronics. I'll put myself in this space bag so you can carry me over." Draco nods. "Of course." Raphael says, "Maybe send the new guy into the chamber first and see if the suits are fine." Gorka's eyes widen at Raphael. He looks at Draco next, who's giving him a concerned look. Draco states, "No need for that. Slow the depressurization, keep track of your systems, and say if you feel anything. Then we'll reverse it immediately." The group stands in the pressure chamber as it begins to depressurize. They wait with bated breath to see if they are about to begin freezing or bursting. Gantz seems apathetic. Raphael seems slightly concerned. Draco seems pensive as he holds the large space bag containing the android. Gorka suddenly finds himself in a position where he may die. After a few minutes, Gantz says, "Looks like we're clear. Anyone feel funny?" Raphael replies, "No. Maybe later on, though." Drago says, "If you feel anything, speak up." Gantz nods. "I'm sure we can figure out when to start screaming." The group crosses over the gap, passing through the docking bridge. They free Jax from the bag and meet with the others in the docking lobby. Jax is floating and hanging by Gantz's shoulder. Gantz is carrying a handbag. Gorka is carrying a bulky duffel bag. Somsak comments,
"Well, I'll be damned. It's been months since I've seen Raph in a spacesuit. Now you'll have to actually work."
"Won't be that hard to work harder than you," retorts Raphael.
"I've done more this month than you've done in 6.
"Yeah, I remember how helpful you were while we were welding that hull and reinstalling that thruster. And like I keep telling you, we only had 4 suits and Chet died." Somsak grimaces, then says to Gorka,
"Time for your first spacewalk with us, Wagey."
Gorka replies, "I won't let you down." Somsak scoffs. Gantz snides, "Boy, just what I love to do. Troubleshooting a company's fucked up hardware. Where's the client?" Somsak points to the upper level. Gantz and Jax rise through the air to the second floor. After landing, they begin to disappear into the dimly lit corners of the lobby. Dion asks, "Are they going to be able to handle 3 people by themselves?" Somsack answers.
Gantz and Jax? Yeah, they can handle a couple wage slaves. Plus, they're fixing their shit, so they'd be idiots to stop them.
That's what I'm worried about. Somsack paces away from the group and then turns to them, doing a stretch and grunting.
Alright, gentlemen, I worked things out with the wage slaves. We're looking for what they need and what we need. You can check the list in your HUDs. Air supplies, 300 kVA 3-phase transformer, generators, computers, a server that has all their info, radios, a fully functional ship with solenoid inductors for warp drives, yada yada. As for us, just grab whatever's valuable.
Dion comments, yeah, I think the transformers sell for around 100,000.
Soybeans? Depends on the size. Just try to grab something better if you can, but sure. Anyway, we got them on the radio. We can all follow the radios back here when we need to. We got 6 hours of air, if you filled your tanks up. Hope you all took your poops and peas.
He walks away, spinning a finger in the air.
Let's go start the scavenger hunt, boys. Back to the muskie.
There's some shuffling as the spacemen float along the floor back to the docking bay. Upstairs, Gantz and Jax step through a dark office corridor. They follow a trail of cables which runs across the floor. Around a corner is Eric and Zeki, waiting for them by a door. Gantz has a sardonic grin as he shakes Eric's hand.
Hi, I'm the magician you ordered. They call me Operator. And you are?
Eric Gier, the manager. Is that a T5 android? Jack states, T6. Eric's eyes widen in surprise. He asks Gantz, where'd you get it?
Don't worry about it, replies Gantz. Then where's the mess you need cleaned up?
Eric turns and opens an office door, revealing a dimly lit room.
Inside is another man sitting at a computer desk with multiple monitors. This control room clearly put together in haste.
Gantz steps in with Jax. He meets the gaze of the third worker. Eric says to the man,
show him the problem, Abdul.
Okay. The processor keeps overheating, so that's probably why the data is being scrambled. Something's wrong with the cooling lasers.
Gantz hums and asks, mind if I plug in and scan everything?
Abdul shrugs, then gestures to the computer tower. Gantz kneels at it, unscrewing the case. He surveys the complicated hardware inside. The parts fit inside the case well enough, but they certainly aren't worried about tidying up the cables.
Desperate for equipment, but you got a full computer here. Where'd you fish this out of?
Abdul answers, backup control module. It was floating around after that part of the station got torn away. Somsack's voice could be heard over the general chat.
Hey, Eric. We can see a building floating around from the docking bay. That worth a look?
Eric receives an image from Somsack's HUD. It's zoomed in on the building floating adrift the chunks of metal debris. No. That's a backup control module. We got our computer from there. Nothing else there.
He rolls his eyes at Gantz.
Gantz smirks.
So the computer got rattled maybe while shit was blowing up.
Abdul replies, seems to be working fine. Aside from the scrambling, can't figure out the problem other than it's throttling from overheating.
Right, well, time to take a look inside.
He plugs a tiny wireless adapter into a data port of the computer. Holographic screens appear only to him as he begins to interface, scanning the hardware of the computer and the radio. This service is being transmitted by the shipbox's network, with Shakina assisting Gantz. He can tell this is their central computer network for controlling the nuclear reactor, lasers, radio, and so on. It's actually very sophisticated for something thrown together during desperate times. Gantz finally speaks.
What's the wattage on this power supply?
Abdul answers, should be 1500.
That sounds about right, explains Gantz. But I'm transmitting between our radios and the data is scrambled.
Then I checked the temperature of the CPU and it's overheating at goddamn minus 228 degrees. Either your cooling lasers aren't working, power supply is dying, or there's a wattage problem. Maybe all the above. He then asks, what's the generator output? Abdul answers, well, right now, it puts out around 6 kilowatts at 5 kilovolts. But it's supposed to be more. We've had it running for 3 months. It's been part of the reason for the power fluctuations. We've looked at the external connectors and replugged things in, checked for corrosion, all that, but none of us are trained with its use, and we have no AI. Gantz rubs his chin. Could be the generator or the radio. Might have to go down and look. What's the model of the generator? Not seeing it here. Not sure. The workers exchange glances. Gantz taps his own chin as he says, guess you wouldn't know. If I can get this model number, I might have an up-to-date version for it. How would you feel about me doing clean reinstalls on your devices? Could be an operating problem on the telemetry controller or something. Won't take long either. Eric rubs the back of his head as he sighs. I guess I'd be alright. Could have done it if the server wasn't destroyed. Alright, I'll do the radio first. Can at least see that one's model. He telepaths. Shakina, reinstall 3C QRA-235 Canon operating system. Meanwhile, outside, Raphael is piloting the Muskie through the debris field, while the other pirates hang on to the vehicle's exterior handlebars and railings. They almost resemble a terrestrial infantry squad being transported by helicopter. The Muskie's powerful floodlights heavily illuminate anything within 1,500 meters. Even small specks are illuminated white as they approach the group. Tiny pieces of debris harmlessly flick off the black combat craft's exterior. As with the survey drone, the Muskie also surveys the surrounding areas and projects a 3D holographic map to the visuals of the marauders. Once more, they see all within line of sight of themselves, but never the backside of the debris. The long silence, it's deafening. Gorka can hear his own heartbeat. He looks around at the debris as it passes them. Most of it is torn scrap metal, but he swears he saw a blue toothbrush float right past his head. Dion breaks the silence. It's weird having so many people out at once. We were doing 4 people for so long. Used to be 5 when I joined. Now we're up to 6. I like it. Somsak says,
Y'all better have your fucking games and shit turned off on your HUDs. Keep an eye out for anything useful, you ADHD-addled shitheads.
Follow your own advice, replies Nurbeck.
Says the motherfucker who can't go 5 minutes without talking to his mommy.
At least I'm not the one strangling a child every 5 minutes.
Because you are the child. I just said to turn your VR shit off and stay focused.
Coming from the guy who's probably high and listening to Psych Ren right now.
Like you aren't fucking high right now, too.
Dion snides. This is really helping me focus already. Gorka hangs on to the vehicle, being carried along through an unknown wasteland under the protection of a fully armed strike craft that is also covered in hardened warriors. One day after his workplace was destroyed, along with everyone on it, he had become part of this new group. It's so strange. He feels some anxiety at the change, but Drago's sincere support is so reassuring that it helps keeps him stable. Maybe he's the reason these guys haven't killed each other. Whereas the system to which he had once belonged would be so fickle and discard your life for the slightest disobedience, he had been quickly absorbed into this crew of miscreants. Despite the potential danger at hand, and the deaths of past crewmates which linger over them, he somehow felt confident in their capabilities. Few things could stand in their way. They continue maneuvering and avoiding large chunks of debris and random furniture scattered around. An entire bathroom is floating off to the side, and a table drifts by them on the other side. A large ship has acquired their interest. They're close enough to illuminate it with their lights. Somsak radios,
Eric, is this a ship you guys searched already?
Huh? Oh. Yeah, that's it. Don't worry about it. It isn't filled with anything. It was never deployed. Samsak points off to the side of the ship. A holographic beam of arrows is projected from him that can be seen by anyone connected to their group HUD. Raphael complies, turning the muskie toward that way as they start to pass around the ship. Dion's eyes widen as he remarks, "Holy shit." As the muskie passes by the ship, they are now able to see it from its side. The ship had been perfectly sliced in half, down the middle. The back half of the ship had drifted and angled away by 2 kilometers. The other marauders gawk as the muskie starts to hover along the wide opening. Gorka had never seen a ship damaged this way. Raphael asks, "Damn, what the hell did that?" Somzak replies, "No idea." Drago states, "These were no simple pirates. Something worse came by here." Nurbeck says, "Maybe some newfangled black tech the Feds got. Some kind of huge energy blade thing, or something." Dion says, "Could have just snapped at this part in the frame. They built them modular like that." Somsak points and says, "Nah, frame's been cut, not at the seams. Something sliced that sumbitch." The musket keeps hovering along through the debris field. An icon appears in the Marauder's vision over something in the distance. "I put a marker down," orders Somsak. "Fly over there. Looks like another building." A large building has been torn apart, silently floating in the sea of torn metal. Somsak radios, "Eric, about this one?" "That's the cafeteria. There might be some cricket bars in there if you really want them." Somsak groans over the group telepath channel. Raphael comments, "Guess that means we aren't stopping there." Eric suggests, "Keep going that way. You should be farther than we've gone soon." The musket continues to hover through the debris. Raphael states, "Got us a shipping container coming up, 400 meters. Somsak commands, "Pull up on it." A moment later, Nurbeck and Dion carefully apply their jets to hover to the end of the slowly spinning container. They grab onto the latch of the door and begin to spin with the big box. Nurbeck telepaths, "No leverage." Dion replies, "Mag onto the door. Unlatch, then unmag." The duo does so, unlatching the door and opening it as they hang on to the swinging doors. Nurbeck pulls himself into the container, activating his suit light to illuminate the interior. Dion follows him in, doing the same. "Fuck," says Nurbeck over the group chat. Somsak asks, "What do you see in there?" Dion sighs audibly before answering, "Cricket bars. Pallets of them." Somsak groans and asks in disbelief, "Really?" "Yeah," answers Dion, annoyed as he looks at the smiling cricket mascot on the boxes. Drago comments, "Well, we are running low on food." Nurbeck sardonically asks, "So are we taking this?" Somsak groans again. Fucking leave it. We're not dragging that through the shipyard. Tag it in the HUD." Nurbeck and Dion float back and grab onto the muskie again. The group once more cruises through the debris field, keeping one eye on the field and one eye on the holo map. They can't help but ruminate on the large metal constructs having been rended, blasted, pummeled, and sliced apart into countless pieces. Another destroyed ship is slowly spinning among the scrap. The front end has been crushed, and the ship has been torn open and bent like a cricket bar wrapper. It becomes illuminated as the muskie's lights begin to scan it. Somsak says, "Looks like the bow, but there's that huge crater where the bridge would probably be." Dion asks, "What do you want to bet did that?" Raphael replies, "Maybe a piece of the shipyard collided into it. Hard." Somsak radios, "Eric, how's this ship?" "Haven't been to that one." Somsak telepaths to the Marauders, "We're checking it out. We're all going in. Tether it, Raph." The muskie turns and maneuvers along the ship, matching its spin and inertia. The muskie then extends large cables which attach to the ship, and then stiffen. All of the Marauders disembark and stick to the ship's hull with their boots. They walk across it, turn on their suit lights, and hop through the massive hole in the ship. Somsak orders,
Split up. I'm checking the bow. Drago, take starboard. Dion and Raph on me. Let's go. And for the love of God, watch out for defense systems or replicators.
The group splits into two different doorways, illuminating the darkness as they go.
What a surprise. He got rid of me,
telepaths Nurbeck. Drago replies, He just makes the decision for us so there's no time wasted in the confusion.
Yeah, and he's sick of me calling him out on his bullshit by now.
Drago assures,
Oh, come now. He took Raphael with him, didn't he? Both of you give him trouble.
The trio walks through dark metal rooms that once could have been a mess hall, a locker room, and so on. Gorka obediently follows, doing what he can to help without getting in the way. It's hard to believe that in one day, his workplace had been destroyed and he had become a pirate. There's a lingering anxiety in his gut, but being around Drago puts him at ease. Descending a catwalk stairwell and entering a large dark room, they shine lights onto several large metal boxes and a large complicated machine. Drago muses,
Hello, what do we have here?
Nurbeck says,
Oh man, we're taking this if this works. We may never know if it works, if it has no fuel, but it appears intact.
He then telepaths over the group chat.
Somsak, we found a generator. Looks like a 360 megawatt nuclear reactor, still intact.
Somsak responds,
No shit? How's it fastened to the floor?
Nurbeck is kneeling and examining the bottom. He answers,
Looks like shockproof anchor bolts. Probably 58 millimeters.
Somsak responds,
Put some WD-40 under the heads and move on. Not on the bolts, under them, where it's metal on metal. Yeah, I fucking know. Who's got the tools?
Raphael answers, Left the bag on the muskie.
Damn.
Draco shakes a can of WD-40 in front of Nurbeck and states,
Have no fear, I have some.
He kneels down and sprays the WD-40 under the bolt heads one by one. Nurbeck telepaths,
Well, I'll be damned. I've done this enough times by now. Be forewarned, the generator likely is empty, and was never activated.
Dion chimes in, That's still fine, no wear and tear. Somsak telepaths,
That reactor's gotta have some big-ass transformers down there. Keep looking.
Gorka is closely examining the metal boxes. He opens one and states, This is the switchboard. He steps further down the larger room and around a wall. There are two enormous metal boxes with complicated apparatus protruding from them. Gorka states, I found the transformers, too. Nurbeck asks,
What's the size and the voltage?
Gorka hurriedly leans in and reads the specs to appease Nurbeck. He assumes that size means the kVA they keep mentioning. 3,000 kVA each, 15,000 volts.
Damn.
Nurbeck and Drago walk in with their lights to examine the huge transformers.
We can make an easy 100 mil off each of them.
Drago replies,
Yes, and it is more than enough for the needs of the shipyard workers. Many times over, in fact. Yeah, sure. Looks like the same anchor bolts, too.
Drago kneels, spraying them with his WD-40. He says,
You know, they may also need heat treatment. They look quite tight. There's a heat gun in the tool bag, I think. Yes, but I fear having wasted the WD-40 and having to apply it to about 30 bolts multiple times. We can get some more if we actually pull this shit out of here.
As Drago walks around the transformers, Nurbeck shines a light across the room at a doorway.
I think that's their engineering closet.
He looks inside, then turns back to his comrades.
Nothing. They didn't stock it yet.
Drago asks. Not even life support? Nope. Empty space where they would have installed it. I see. Let us return back up. The trio walks back up the stairs, not seeing the others around. They walk across the hole, down a dark corridor, and to the bridge. Immediately, they see the bridge in ruins, the giant gaping hole to space, where something seemed to have punched inside. Before the hole is Somsak's group, floating, lounging in the zero gravity. Nurbeck comments, Working hard, I see. Dion replies, There wasn't much here. He gestures around the destroyed room. As you can plainly see, no radar, even the computers are trashed. Down below is just the empty crew quarters. Nurbeck says, Yeah, well, we found a reactor and a couple transformers. You know, the solutions to everyone's problems. Somsak replies, So I heard. It's definitely worth it. We could pull them out later. Maybe the engines, too. Dion whines, Yeah, and that'll take like 20 fucking hours. Could just cut the whole back off of the engines. Guess a good 40 mil Cs at least. Raphael asks, Should we just take the whole damn thing? The ship? Might not be worth much. Too banged up. Just scrap metal. Drago folds his arms and asks, So are we leaving the generator then? For now. Just keep tagging things. We'll swing back through and grab everything on our way back. Somsak begins to shuffle, using his jets just enough to push toward the floor. He sticks to it with his feet and sighs. We're moving on. Back to the muskie. Gantz is casually floating in the control room as he rapidly interfaces between the wage slave systems and the AI of the shitbox. What he isn't telling them is that he, Shakina, and Jax are all combing over everything connected to the computer. Not only that, but gaining control of it as well. They have to be careful, though, because Abdul is monitoring the system from another screen. Not to mention, Zeki has been gawking at Gantz for several minutes now. It's hard to tell what the kid is thinking, but it's nerve-wracking. So, speaks Zeki, You guys got VR on that ship? Gantz responds, Oh, yeah. There's a pause as Zeki seems to muster a way to prod further. So how is it? VR on your ship. How is it? Is it good? Yeah, it's good. There's another pause before Zeki seems to mope. We just got Minesweeper and Solitaire here. For how long? Since the station got destroyed. Gantz chuckles. You sorry bastards. Zeki lolls. It's been hard. At least we stay busy. But how good is yours? Well, my crewmates go through cum cans about 3 times a day. So I'd say jailbroken Synaptrix 600s with modded Vicario X on a 40 Giga cube is pretty good. Zeki's eyes open wider with intrigue. Oh, nice. Good God, blurts Gantz as he focuses on his interface. What is this power distro code? Abdul responds, Come on, we don't have an AI anymore. I can barely read this shit, and you got so much redundancy. But either way, I did a clean reinstall of your systems, minus the generator. Looks like there's still problems with it. Gonna have to go down and look. He nods his head at Jax. Give my friend here a spare suit so we can go out and look at it. The workers exchange glances. No, responds Eric. He's a robot. He can just go out and do it himself. Gantz becomes agitated. Not if the ions fry his systems, dumbass. None of you are using the suits right now. You don't have germs. Jax explains. Correct. Radiation was 428 millisieverts when we last checked. That still poses a threat to electronics. Eric replies, I still don't have radiation shielding on T-androids? I have increased resistance to radiation, being a unit intended for space operations, However, it is still possible that ions will disrupt my circuitry. Eric narrows his eyes and nods to Gantz. Give him yours then. Gantz holds his hands out, baffled. Why the fuck is this a problem? None of you are using your suits right now. Yeah, but you guys might run off with our suits. Oh my fucking god, whines Gantz, looking up at the ceiling. You fuckers are going to make me stop working to go use my eyes to see the model number on the generator out there? Why can't you fuckers do it? There's 3 of you cunts just sitting here with your thumbs up your asses. He stands up. Fuck it, I'll go do it. You're lucky I stuck a dongle in your shit. Meanwhile, the 6 other spacemen are now sitting in an office environment. Somsak sits in a chair, while Dion sits at a desk. Nurbeck, arms folded, stands with the others around the room. Zooming out, they are camping inside of an office building that was torn open and sent adrift through the debris field. 2 sides of the room's walls are missing, leaving the room exposed to space. The muskie is latched onto the side of it, using its inertia dampeners to stabilize the floating chunk. The furniture is, of course, pressure fastened to the floor. They telepathically communicate with each other over a group chat as they sit on the floating office space. Dion speaks. Well, this is going to take fucking days to scrap all the shit we found. Somsak sighs. Yeah, but provided we can pick everything up on our way back, things are going alright. For now. We don't have to count on being able to huck pallets of nickel on somebody. I can't help feeling like something terrible's about to happen, though. Raphael yawns telepathically as he stretches his arms. Dion says, Oh, don't do that. You're gonna make me... Dion yawns, doing a small stretch. Man, I hate that. Nurbeck yawns and then telepaths. Hey, is that the 10-9 you got on your leg, Gorka? Gorka breaks from his trance, turning to look at Nurbeck. Huh? What? Nurbeck asks again. I said, is that the 10-9 you got on you? The gun. Revolver. Oh, says Gorka, fiddling and pulling the revolver out of his leg holster. He holds it in his hands for Nurbeck to see as he answers, yeah, the one guy, Raphael, gave it to me. Responds Nurbeck. He gave you that 'cause we keep burning through 10mm rounds, but no one touches the 10-9 rounds. Raphael comments, Yeah, seemed like the right thing to do. Gotta be careful with your shots. You only have 6. Some of the ammo is low grain, but there's a few high grain in there. There's either going to be no recoil, or enough recoil that it will go flying out of your hand. Just a heads up. Gorka replies, Right. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks. Somsak sniffs and says, We do need to head back to either the Cape or the skid yard and resupply. We burned through way too much at LC 689. 658, corrects Nurbeck. Fucking whatever. The fucking refining ship. Smoke briefly passes over Somsak's face under his visor, then it rushes into his mouth as he inhales. So, Dion asks, You guys think this one'll work out? There's a pause. Nurbeck folds his arms as he speaks. Well, I don't trust the fucking wage slaves. I think they're up to something. Somsak asks, What do you think of them, Drago? Did you get a feeling from them? Drago seems quite pensive for a moment before he speaks. Well, I think we all know that something is not right here. They are hiding something. I can't shake the feeling that something other than a pirate group or a black ops team came through here. The way the debris is scattered, the giant cuts that a heavily armed shipyard fell to it. It isn't just the physical damage, but there seems to be something from which the 3C workers are averting their eyes. Something huge and terrible, something unstoppable, not just unassailable in combat, but unwavering in their combined will. A horrible union is formed, and now nothing can stand against it. They have lost themselves. They live in a false world, and yet nothing can argue against them. It is not true, and yet it is the most immediate, and here we see the consequences of that. Almost complete destruction, with naught but shattered haunts left in its wake. The others are listening with curiosity as Draco seems to gradually babble more incoherently. Nurbeck listens intently, while the others seem concerned. Draco senses the disconnect and confusion. He looks around, as if remembering where he is for a moment. Dion comments, mildly concerning. Draco sighs and speaks. As for our new friends, they do seem on edge. Nurbeck says, Wait slaves are always kept desperate and afraid of their masters, so all they can do is keep an eye on whoever's nearby to exploit them. The rats they are. Even if they got screwed around by management, I think it only made them more desperate. They don't trust us. Drago says, It's not just wage slaves. It's most living things. But yes, they are distrustful of us. I'm not certain of it, but I suspect they may attempt to abandon us out here and steal our ship. As they've said themselves, they have no way out of this problem they find themselves in. The unspoken conclusion is to wait for a ship they can steal. Well, comments Dion, that won't end well for him. Shakina will stop him. Very true, says Draco. But we should be cautious and not leap to conclusions. There is a way through this without bloodshed or domination. I can understand why they may have some reservations about yet more pirates which have turned up in their forsaken graveyard. Jax telepaths to the group. Shakina has detected a suspicious EM signature and radioactivity in the debris field. It may be a spacecraft. Somsak replies, What? Did anyone leave the station? The 3C employees are still present around myself and Gantz. Are you sure it's a ship? I said that it may be a ship. The signature is fluctuating between 350 kilowatts and 1.2 megawatts. It has the characteristics of a ship utilizing heavy-duty equipment. It appears to be around 6.9 kilometers from your location. Marking it on your HUDs now. Dion asks, Wait, how the hell didn't we detect that signal sooner? That's fucking big. I believe it was interference caused by the debris field, as well as being overshadowed by the signature of the remaining shipyard building. Dion groans and rolls his whole head. He asks, But then why didn't the Muskie pick it up? Raphael says, No one said to use the EM scanners. Don't bitch at me. Dion shrugs and sounds agitated. Yeah, of course. Jax adds, It may have only just now become active as well. Somsak radios, Eric, why the fuck is somebody piloting a ship out here? You said nobody was out here. There's a pause before Eric responds. Oh, those are just some garbage men. Thought you meant if there were pirates out there. Oh my fuck. Do they fucking know about us? Oh, yeah, they know. Nurbeck comments, I don't like the sound of that. Dion snides, Oh boy, here we fucking go. Knew this was coming. Raphael even brought all the guns out. Somsak says, Eric, if you're fucking with us, you're fucking dead. I'm not fucking with anybody. I just said they know you're there. Dion remarks, Now say it less cryptically. Somsak telepaths, Gantz, Jax, get ready to take those fuckers down if they fuck us here. They might want the ship. Roger that, responds Gantz. Somsak radios, And what the hell are they doing out there, Eric? Same as you, helping us get supplies. They've been at it for 5 days now, and they haven't come back. Nurbeck telepaths, How much you want to fucking bet they're gonna pit us against the garbage men and try stealing our ship while we kill each other? Somsak responds, Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Jax and Gantz can take him down easy. Then we blow up those fucking scavengers and this whole thing is ours. We just need one good line of sight and bam. Pounds his fist into his hand. Nail him with the 70mm rocket and the turrets all at once.
Raphael remarks, "It's not a bad plan. This whole thing stunk the moment we got here."
Drago speaks, "Calm yourselves. There's an easy way to find out the truth. I'll try hailing the garbage men with the Muskies radio. There's no harm in it if they already know about us either way."
There's a pause as the others watch Drago work. Some of them feel a bit annoyed by his argument, but it's hard to find fault in it. He rapidly interfaces with several screens on his HUD until a radio crackle becomes audible. Drago begins tuning a frequency and repeating hails.
"Come in, vessel. Come in, crew." Nurbeck states, "If they don't answer, we kill them. Agreed?"
Drago feels more anxious as they don't answer. He keeps trying.
"Come in, crew. Shipyard salvagers. Respond."
"We read you. This is the captain of the Birkin speaking," a voice finally responds. "Identify yourself." Drago pauses as he thinks for a moment.
"Greetings. We are a salvage team working with the shipyard. We'd simply like to know if you've been informed of our presence, so as to avoid trouble."
There's a pause. The Marauders wait in suspense as the radio hums and crackles. "Yeah, we heard of you."
"Thank you. Feel free to speak to us if you need anything. Out."
"Copy that." He looks at Nurbeck, and although he cannot see Nurbeck's face through the visor, he nonetheless senses Nurbeck's quiet seething. Draco considers attempting to reassure him, but feels it may come across as patronizing. Nurbeck asks,
"Aren't you the one who said they might be trying to steal our ship? We've got too many fucking strangers with their guns trained on us. I don't fucking like it." "I said it could be a possibility that they might. Even if it were true, I would prefer to defuse the situation. We've killed 2 crews of ships just yesterday. We currently have a fair queue of salvage and many hours of work ahead of us. I know things have been hard, but please, let us stay focused. I am grateful for what we have."
There's a pause. Dion says, "I mean, he's not wrong." Gorka scans the scene with his eyes. He wonders at how easily they considered killing 2 more crews on a whim of paranoia, and at how Drago had so easily changed their course. He might truly be the moral foundation for this crew of murderers. But where was this compassion when it was Gorka's crew in their crosshairs? Perhaps it is just exhaustion which compels them from homicide. Gantz telepaths, "Yo, Somsack, the way'd you say they're having power fluctuations going all the way back to the generator? It's fucking up the computer hardware."
"What kind of generator is it?"
"It's an SRG. Model is N3400CE3E. Uses uranium-235. Check my HUD. I'm looking at it right now."
The thermocouplers could have burnt out. How long's the generator been in use?"
"They say it's been here longer than them, and that's how they all know." "They say it's been here longer than them, and that's all they know."
If it ain't the software, transformer, the fuel, or telemetry controller, then it could be the thermocouplers or the heatsink. Connectors could be loose or corroded or something."
"This is your forte, boss man."
"They say it's not the connectors, though. Could be the grounding. If there's cooling problems, there might be EM interference."
"They grounded it, surprisingly."
"Is there set up a reactor to transformer to breaker box?"
"Looks like it. Bit of jury rigging, probably. They outright said it was overloaded. They ain't so bright without an AI." Somsack sighs pensively.
Could be a bad neutral in the transformer. Not sure then until I can take a look at it. We'll let you know if we find another generator out here, though."
"What about the generator back on the second ship?"
"I mean, Want to try to salvage that for ourselves, so don't mention it to them. Plus, no fuel. Still looking, though.
Roger. Nurbeck asks, what are they going to do about it if we don't bring anything back anyway? Laser the ship? Hit a warhead with a ball-peen hammer? Dion replies, probably. They're gonna die if they can't recycle their pee. Somsack telepaths,
Gantz, how you looking on doing that thing we discussed?
Oh, got a bird on me right now, but rolling it in. Gorka's dumbfounded by that strange statement. Dion speaks. I still can't believe these fuckers go through kiloliters of oxygen tanks. Like, actually. I'm wondering if they're lying about that. Raphael comments, yeah, that don't really sound right to me. They did say they were finding them every day. I don't know. Maybe they got a bomb hidden somewhere to blow us up or something. Somsack chimes in,
well then we're fucking dead. We'll deal the hand we're given.
Dion snides, don't that mean we're dealing our own hand? Controlling our own fate?
You know what I mean. And actually, smartass, dealing the deck don't mean we know what the cards are. Not if you shuffled it, anyway.
Why wouldn't you want to know what the cards are? Cheekily retorts Dion.
Shut up. The oxygen's ticking. Got more work to do. Let's try to find a life support system so those wages don't throw a hissy fit.
The group begins vacating the chunk of office space, boarding the muskie once more. Dion says, why's Raphael get to just sit and pilot the whole time? Let me have the wheel for a bit. Raphael replies, you guys got the armored suits. Getting hit by something won't do much compared to this shitty suit I'm wearing. Good excuse. That should get you out of doing some wrenching. Drago speaks. Come to think of it, we can ask the garbage men if they found anything. Could save us some time. Raphael retorts, you're wearing my suit, remember? Enjoy it while it lasts. Okay, you can pilot the muskie, jeez.
Oh yeah, says Somsack. Ring him up, you know the channel.
Drago begins hailing the other vessel again. Birkin, come in, Birkin. There's some static before a response.
This is the Birkin. What you need this time?
Sorry to trouble you. Have you had any luck locating a high-powered transformer or a life support system? There's a pause.
We haven't seen one yet. Sorry.
Somsack asks,
have you located the engineering department of the shipyard?
There's another pause.
Can't say we have, sorry.
Somsack thinks for a moment and then asks,
well, what have you found?
Pause.
We've been salvaging ship parts, engines, sections of ship.
Drago asks, have you retrieved anything for the shipyard? Pause. The Birkin captain asks,
you boys ask a lot of questions.
Dion says over the group chat, this fucker's hiding something. I bet they did find something, they want to hang on to it. Pause. The Birkin captain asks,
let me ask you something. Who are you with? You with 3C?
Drago replies, no. We are independent contractors assisting the shipyard. Company management has no involvement. Now let me ask you, who are you with?
Independent contractors, like you. We're here for the salvage. We're helping your buddies back there. Don't worry.
As I understand it, you haven't returned for almost a week. We've only been out here for a few hours, and we've already got something. How do you explain that?
We're working on something here. It takes time. You ever disconnect multiple engines before?
They don't need engines. They need a generator, transformer, life support, or an intact ship. Pause. The Birkin captain asks,
why the fuck do you care? You say you're not with management? Those assholes back there aren't paying you anything. Something don't add up about your story.
Drago responds, because they're threatening to attack our main ship that's docked with them. Not the same problem you have, clearly.
You parked your ship there? Rookie mistake.
Nurbeck telepaths,
If these fuckers only knew who they were talking to, we should just fucking hit them.
Jax telepaths back. Initiating combat would result in the destruction of anything they've collected. This would be a waste of time for all parties. Drago explains to Birkin, docking made it easier to assist them. We still have people back there right now. Pause. He continues, I take it you're relying on them not having a line of sight on you with their laser weapons. The Birkin captain replies mockingly, I'm relying on the fact that their weapons don't work. You really fucking think those retards got working laser cannons when they're peeing in jars? Have you seen this fucking place? Draco telepaths, Gantz, are there radios listening in on us from there? They have an EM radio, but they're not listening right now. I can kill it if they do. Draco speaks on the radio again. You're not helping them, are you? You're in your main ship. You're going to warp jump away when you're finished. Pause. No fucking shit. We don't give a goddamn about some box stackers. Pause. Draco telepaths. Gantz, the weapon systems don't work, like he says. Somsak butts in. Why the hell didn't you tell us that? Because I had to test fire them just now to find out. Also, I got an asshole watching me. Dion comments. Watching you? Like over your shoulder? Aren't you remote controlling the system from your HUD? Not just over my shoulder, dummy. They got a computer guy watching the system logs. Better at watching than fixing problems, apparently. Anyway, the laser cannons can't build up any charge. One can't even be accessed. Nurbeck states, so we don't even have to help those fuckers. Somsak asks, were you even trying to take control of the defenses? Gantz replies, obviously. I was doing it slow and subtly since I had plenty of time. Dion suggests, they could still have a bomb or something. It is a shipyard. Gotta be one floating around somewhere out there. Nurbeck replies, I doubt it, but we just take down the 3 wage slaves before they can do anything. Somsak asks, Gantz, you see any bombs, missiles, something? Not yet. The Birkin captain asks, is that all? We done here? Will you train your guns on us or something? Somsak says, don't you fucking worry yourself, garbage boy. We got our own problems. Then stop fucking calling us. Pause. Dion comments, I'm surprised they told us as much as they did. They could have just said, don't worry about it, or something. Somsak replies, that's why I let Drago do the talking sometimes. Drago says, well, we haven't learned much about any treasures, but at least we know the gatekeepers are impotent. Nurbeck says, I could have told you that. In fact, I think I did. Drago continues, still, we should try to find a life support system to help them. I don't think we should try to betray them, even though we could get away with it. Wonder what those fucking garbage boys found. They're hiding something. We could easily get the jump on them. They don't have a fix on our ship. We can stick to debris and shoot at them. Somsak replies, we ain't quarreling with them for now. We'll see what we can find on our own. We find that goddamn engineering department or another ship and we'll be golden. Hopefully. 5 minutes pass as the group cruises through the debris field. Dion says, I think I see, what is that? Get closer. Oh, never mind. 3 minutes pass. Raphael says, I see a ship over there. Nurbeck replies, it's fucking destroyed, dude. It's not like you're seeing anything better. 2 minutes pass. Gorka has repeatedly found himself fading into the background of each scene. He is afraid to speak up, but something more important is bothering him. The long moments of silence are a better window than any to not step on anyone's toes. He asks, if we're planning to uninstall equipment, won't it take too long? I see that I only have 2 hours left on my tanks. Dion says, whose voice is that? Oh, the new guy. No The Muskie has a backup tank we can all bum some air off of. We should all have about 6 hours. Somsek comments.
Unless none of you filled it up after the fucking raid.
Jax telepaths. I retrieved the tank, refilled it, and then refitted it onto the Muskie during the crew's rest period following the raid. Draco says, Thank you, Jax. The others are also grateful, though they feel that Draco had already said what needed to be said. Somsak says,
Yeah, but I don't want to keep poking around for that long. Only a matter of time before someone gets diarrhea.
Draco replies, I trust that isn't in reference to my cooking.
No offense, Draco, but liquidy, beefy, fibery soup is probably going to be rushing through somebody, and I don't rule myself out.
Gas tank, says Dion, looking at the holo map. Looks like 250 kilo. Somsak orders,
Someone check it.
Drago floats away to the tank. He holds a handheld device against it. He says, Oxygen, 12,603 kPa, 250 kiloliter. Somsak orders,
Tether it. New guy, help him.
Gorka's a bit startled, but he hovers from the Muskie over to Drago in the tank. What are we doing? Drago replies, We're going to gently jet over. We both push and steer it. I trust you can handle it, Gorka. A collision would be most unfortunate. Right. The pair are grabbing onto the tank, carefully pushing it over to the Muskie, crossing about 100 meters. Gorka is anxious to not mess up in front of his new crew, which happens to consist of rude outlaws. Unfortunately, this is causing him to be clumsy and awkward. Draco says, Don't waste too much fuel either. Small bursts. Go around. Break for me. Small, smooth motions. The smallest and subtlest of motions can make all of the difference needed. Remember that. He coaches, easy, easy. Right there. They finally slowed the tank to a stop behind the Muskie. Drago then pulls out what appears to be a combination of rebar and a cable with a flat connector. He hands the other end to Gorka. Now make the connection. Pressure fastened tether. I'll hold the tank. You stick it on, twist the bolt, twist the cable until it's stiff. Raphael chuckles. Gorka does so. He does know how to handle a stiff tether, but his anxiety caused him to forget. Drago guides him through it with his voice, however. Gorka fastens the end of the tether to the tank, then straightens the tether body. He tries to bend it to test it, and it is indeed as stiff as a pipe. I'm sure you've done this before, but I wanted to ease the pressure. Not literally, of course. Dion remarks, I feel like I was watching a guy fight for his life, except he was just pushing a tank. Somsak says, This'll soften the blow when we tell him we didn't find a life support system. Drago pats Gorka's shoulder and they both hang on to the Muskie as it begins to move again. The tank is following straight behind the Muskie without being swung around, thanks to the stiffened tether. It's as if the tank were a solid piece of the Muskie itself. A minute passes before Dion says, Come to think of it, how are they filtering carbon dioxide? Raphael replies, They probably set something up, or the shipyard buildings are probably modular and have filtration systems in each part. Man, seems like more money than 3C would spend. I don't know, man. And I don't think anyone else even cares. Somsak says, True. I care more about this fucking engineering department that I've only heard of in legends. Motherfuck. Where is it? Nurbeck says, We'll be sitting here for days trying to comb through this shithole. 1 minute passes. Gantz is observing them, even having a display of the Muskie's holomap. It's aggravating watching his crewmates wander blindly for treasure which might not exist. God damn it, he says with a sigh. There's got to be some way to find out where engineering is. Jack states, If we knew what happened to the engineering department, it's possible to locate where pieces of it are now. It's unlikely, however, since it's been 3 months. We lack knowledge of the design of the shipyard, as well as how the battle played out. Every projectile and explosion becomes crucial in discerning where each piece of the shipyard will have ended up.
It's a crapshoot. Gantz groans and turns to Eric. Where the hell was the engineering department? I know, the servers. I don't need the fucking map. Just tell me, from where you're standing, where was it?
Eric furrows his brow and then looks around as he stands up, awkwardly repositioning himself. He steps out into the corridor and points his arms in two directions. Returning, he hesitantly answers, "Well, I think it was about 500 meters that way."
"Show me. Mark it on your HUD."
A red mark eventually appears in Gantz's vision, dragging around several places as Eric tries to approximate it. Gantz says,
"Alright, now what happened to it?"
Eric shrugs.
"It's gone." "I know that. What happened to it exactly? Is it in one piece? Did it get blown up?"
Eric shakes his head. "I don't know. Everything was blowing up."
"What about you two?" asks Gantz, looking at Abdul and Zeki. "Did it get blown up?"
They both seem to think. Zeki speaks. "I did hear that whole segment got shredded by bullets and shells in the start of the attack when the enemy was approaching. I spacewalked a bunch of times and this docking bay drifted away from the other parts. The enemy." Zeki exchanges a concerned glance with Eric. Gantz notices this. Zeki inhales deeply before speaking. "The enemy approached. Started opening fire on us while it was 500 kilometers out. Then we think it warped on top of us."
Their ship? Just one?"
This seems to make Zeki think for a moment and furrow his brow.
Yeah. That's some fucking ship. It had enough firepower to just rain munitions all over this huge shipyard."
Jack states, "The sheer amount of projectiles and explosions makes this very difficult to figure out. Perhaps if engineering was itself spared from the hail of munitions, then it may be easier to pinpoint it. However, this is very unlikely, considering the destruction."
Gantz sighs again. "It was worth a shot. You got my hopes up, Jax. I guess we just wait then. I might head back to the ship and get some tea. Maybe smokes. All this thinking is tiring."
Zeki asks with wonder, "You guys got tea and smokes too? Man, you guys got everything." He shakes his head as if to dispel some pleasurable vision he's having. Eric glares at him.
Gantz smirks. "We get by."
Zeki looks down as if thinking. "It was two."
Huh?
"Two ships. Now that I think about it. But it was the first one that did the most damage. The second ship came in just to steal one of our ships."
The first ship warped right on top of you say? What'd it do?"
"Oh, it was everywhere. We couldn't get a track. It was just on us, shooting, slicing, stomping on us."
"What? Slicing and stomping? With what?"
Zeki glances at his associates. "Let's just tell him. He might believe it." Turning back to Gantz, he begins recounting the Battle of Conifer Station with more detail. Gantz's eyebrows raise, even his partially cybernetic face lights up with surprise. A red blip appears on the Muskie's holomap. "A large chunk of building is that way," states Drago, watching the holomap. "Looks like it's part of the shipyard and not a ship. About 80 square meters big." Dion asks, "Who wants to bet it's more empty office space?" Raphael shakes his head.
"Nah, man. Odds ain't good."
The Muskie cruises for several hundred meters, matching the inertia of the chunk of building. The vehicle's blinding lights shine into the ripped open side. Nurbeck asks, "Why don't you go out there this time, fat boy? Wasting a marauder suit." Somsek groans in response.
"Then you're coming too, motherfucker. Dion and Drago, let's go."
"The whole gang has to go when Somsak does. I see."
"Shut up. It's a big fucking building."
Drago says, "Actually, Gorka can go ahead in my place. Go on, Gorka. Somsak remarks.
Whatever turns you on.
The men shove off from the muskie, drifting onto the large metal construct. They float into the massive opening, then stick their boots to the metal floor. The lights of their suits turn on as they begin to explore the metal corridor in silence. They enter a larger opening and see what resembles a caged area, a chain-link fence. There appear to be storage containers inside. Somsak mutters,
"Is that,
Dreadfully curious, he steps forward and pulls the cage door open. Inside is a work table, and what appear to be several different large cabinets for tools and spare parts. There are a few metal contraptions slowly drifting overhead.
No way. It's a fucking work area."
The other three are curiously watching him from the door as Somsak browses around. He pulls open a drawer and gasps,
"Fuck. There's tools in here. A ratchet set, wrenches, drill bit sets."
"No shit?" asks Dion as he and Nurbeck step beside Somsak. The bulky black spacesuits are huddling around a toolbox. Somsak says,
"A 43mm wrench. Been needing that."
He turns around to the trio as he holds up a magnetic rack of driver sockets. He trails it with his finger and taps one.
1113 socket and a 1428. We've been using pliers and a manual wrench for those sizes for months.
Somsak seems to be saying this mainly to Gorka, making sure he sees it and knows why it's important. Dion replies, "Ah, nice. We could have gone to the Cape and bought more."
"I would have had it sorted out if the last job didn't get fucked up."
There's a pause as they seem to transmit the grief and blame for a moment, but decide some things are better left unsaid. Even Gorka can feel the psychic tension. Partially to distract himself from it, Somsak bends down to pull open the biggest drawer.
"Oh, fuck yeah. Power tools. An impact driver, a drill."
Dion opens a closet and says, "Fucking angle grinder, spare blades and a torch in here." Nurbeck says,
"About fucking time we find something."
Gorka asks, "Is this the engineering department?" Dion replies, It might be. Or just one workstation." Somsak says,
"Whatever. At least we don't need to buy fucking marked up tools from those greedy fucks at the Cape."
Nurbeck says, "Although, we probably spent more money in the long run getting to these."
"True, but at least not a total loss."
As the group peruses and discusses, Gorka begins to wander further into the dark building. His light falls upon various parts and machines which are lined up along the wall. "Ah, fuck!" yells Dion over telepathy. "Where'd you come from, you fuck?" Gorka freezes up as he hears this. He then hears Raphael respond amusingly, "We heard you found booty, so we attached the muskie." Gorka sighs deeply and relaxes. "What have you found?" asks Drago. Gorka is startled again, spinning around to see Drago's runic suit. "Christ," mutters Gorka. "What have we here?" Drago steps toward the contraptions, scanning it with his light. "I think the rec system here is a water recycler." He hums with intrigue. He steps closer to look at the rack, which holds various devices together as an assembly. Part of a water recovery system. How convenient. Slowly, Drago leans around, closely examining the assembly. Yes, there appear to be a few missing modules. It must be broken if it's here. Possibly waiting for service before the attack. As Drago looks it over, lights suddenly fill the room from behind Gorka. Somsak says,
"Damn, got a bunch of shit here. Hey, what's that thing you're looking at, Draco?"
"Gorka has found a water recovery system."
"Probably damaged if it's down here."
"Yes, my thoughts exactly. Looks like the catalytic reactor is missing. It may have been back in that workstation." More lights come into view. Dion asks, "Wait, what's that? A life support system? Might be broken if it's down here." Draco says, "Enough. We know it's broken and that it's here and possibly why. We need the catalytic reactor." Yeah, I heard you. And what's it look like?" It is a tank, or multiple tanks for processing liquids into clean gases. So a few tanks, tubes, perhaps gauges. One of you check the workstation while the rest look here. Roger, says Dion. The group disperses, their lights wandering the storage area and the corridor. Several floating machines and parts fall under their lights. Raphael says, "Man, most of this shit's fucking broken-ass rollers, transformers, some broken lattices." Nurbeck states, "A broken motor here. Lights, junk." Somzak responds,
"Yeah, like they were put here to get fixed."
Dion states, "There's a tank. Not the tank we want, though. Oh shit, there's a big transformer over here."
"Well, no shit. Check if it's good."
"Looks like Philip's screw's holding it." The men search in silence before Dion speaks. "No, it's shot. Secondary's burnt out. The fuck is wrong with this system? How the fuck are all these transformers bursting like this?" Gorka looks around a corner. He sees a tank with various tubes sticking out of it. In disbelief, he floats up to it and grabs it. Kicking away from the wall, he sticks to the floor before Somsak.
"What you got there?"
asks Somsak. Gorka holds up the tank, showing the tubes and gauges. "I think this is what we're looking for, sir."
"Let me see that."
Somsak's bulky black suit holds the large tank, rotating it around. He passes it through the air to Drago.
"I think that's what we need, Drago."
"Ah, that just might be it." Drago walks over and holds the tank up against the rack. "It fits, but is it broken, I wonder?"
"Well, if it is, shouldn't be hard to fix. More worried about the circuit boxes. Anyone else find anything?"
There's a hail of nopes in response as the crew slowly regroups.
"Alright, grab that recovery system. Grab those tool cabinets. Let's get out of here."
Nurbeck and Dion grab both sides of the rack and begin to glide with it, steering it as if moving a couch in zero gravity. Gorka grabs a tool cabinet, as do Drago and Raphael. Somsak floats ahead, followed by the others down the corridor. As they gather on the muskie, Nurbeck asks, "Alright, how the fuck are we securing this? Putting another tether on the other side of the tank?" Somsak replies,
"Do not stick the tether to the tank. You'll cause a leak."
Dion floats over to the large tethered oxygen tank. His hands drum on it as he thinks, chain it to the tank? Not a lot of options here." Raphael says, "Could tether it to the top, chain it all together. Just watch the thrusters." "I'm down. Let's do it." The group jets above the muskie. Dion attaches the tether to a tool closet. The others begin gently putting the tool cabinets and the water recovery system together. Nurbeck appears with bundles of long chains coming up beside the cluster of goodies. He gently pushes the end of the chain across the way toward Raphael, who catches it. He pushes another end of it to Dion, and one more to Drago. The four men then orbit the junk, making a full rotation and slowly tightening the chain. Nurbeck stops where the chains crisscross, pulling them tighter as he puts a padlock on the center. Giving the chain a good tug to test it, he says, "Package secured." Somsak, doubtful, gives the chain a few tugs to test it himself. This agitates Nurbeck, as Somsak is continuing to needlessly doubt him.
"Alright, let's go,"
orders Somsak. The men mount up, ready to depart. Raphael asks, "Where to now, boss man?" Somsak groans and says,
I think we're good. Head back to the ship we found. Pull that reactor out, then head back. Feel my stomach turning. Gonna need that bathroom soon."
The muskie slowly turns away from the destroyed building and begins to cruise once more. Nurbeck asks, "Didn't they need help with their generator or some shit back at the docking bay?" Dion replies, "Yeah, and I bet we have to install the water system too. And isn't it only half of a life support system anyway?" Draco answers, "Raphael might be right. They seem to have some sort of air filtration system. Either salvaged or part of the module they've sought refuge within. Somsek groans again.
See how hard it is to get this shit first? We don't need to help them more than we already are.
Raphael asks, so we're not looking for anything right now? Got like 15 minutes before getting back to the reactor ship.
Keep an eye out for shit still. So don't start playing Vicario.
Dion retorts. He says, as he goes back into Vicario. The Muskie cruises for the aforementioned duration until returning to the rented ship. The strike craft slows to a halt as it begins matching the momentum of the slowly spinning, destroyed ship they had once visited already. The giant hole punched into the top of it remains there. Raphael asks, so what's the game plan here?
Well, replies Somsak with a sigh. I was thinking we're going to use the Muskie's cutter on the hull to pull the reactor out.
Dion asks, we taking the engines too? Could cut them out.
I don't want to waste a lot of argon here.
It's got 4 engines, so that should be about, Dion pauses as he thinks, 40 mil. Can buy back like 1,000 times more argon.
So I'm going to tell you all right now. I want you to actually disconnect the reactor and pull it out. It'll hurt the price if it needs welded. Same for the engines.
Raphael whines, that'll take over a fucking day.
Well, tell Dion that. I just want the reactor. That fucker's gonna be like a bill, at least, without fuel.
Dion suggests, could pull the ship back to ours and work on it. I'll disconnect them. Whoever helps, we'll split the profit.
Pull the whole thing back. Listen here. We'll do the reactor first and see how that goes.
Draco says, we shouldn't spend too much time here. The rumors of this place are well known. It is only a matter of time before an enemy shows up. Nurbeck adds, yeah, we don't want to be here when someone else gets the bright idea to just shoot all the energy signatures on the way in. Dion asks, that was your idea, wasn't it? And it was a bright idea, so someone else is going to get it. Now hear me out. We use the ship as a shield, and will form a cocoon around us in the event of a missile attack. Somsek says, it makes sense. Using the ship as a shield?
No, that's stupid. I meant the fact that the longer we stay here, the more likely someone's going to bomb the shit out of us.
Nurbeck says, the other ship would just ram into ours anyway.
We need to wrap this up, so enough jabbering. Drago and Nurbeck, you disconnect it. I guess Dion and Gorka head in too. Raphael, start cutting that all.
Raphael asks, am I good to cut here? Draco draws a red holographic rectangle projected over the wall, 8 meters wide. He then answers, this should be about the right size. Nurbeck says, that's too short for the reactor. We can turn it and pull it out short ways. Oh yeah. The Muskie extends an arm with several tools on the claw. A bright plasmic reaction forms as the claw begins slicing along the hull. Somsek is telling him, smooth strokes. Don't use too much fuel. Only go deep enough to strip the outer hull first. Fuck off, replies Raphael. I fucking reinstalled the ship's engines, dude. I know how to do it.
Just making sure nothing else goes wrong.
Last time I checked, I was back on the shit box while y'all were fucking up the raid on that refining ship. Now lay off. As he works, the reactor team takes the tool bag and floats into the ship. They levitate through the corridors, flashlights on, to the lower deck and into the reactor room. Drago comments cheekily, she should be nice and lubricated for all of us. Dion rubs his hand with a grunt, mockingly preparing himself. I'll be the judge of that. Bigger than anchor bolts. Casually floats, prone in the air as he looks close at it. Looks like 58s. Give me that impact wrench with the 58 socket. They couldn't round it out to 60, of course. Nurbeck comments. You know how this works. Decades ago, some guys with 58 bolts knew the guys building the reactors and had it set to that measurement so we could make money. You might be overthinking it. Dion gestures to Gorka, who is nervously holding the large tool bag in his hands. Gorka lets the bag float in front of him as he digs in it, but he struggles to keep the bag still. Dion grabs the bag, fiddles with something, and then sticks it to the floor. Magnets, numbnuts. I'll just get the wrench myself. Gorka feels a bit hurt as he watches Dion dig and pull out the bright yellow power tool and socket rack. It's both guilt at failing a simple task and annoyance at being made to look stupid. Dion twists the socket onto the end of the impact wrench. Kneeling down, he uses the wrench to manually turn the nut without the power on. He makes a small grunt. Shit. Why don't you get the breaker bar and soften up those other nuts for me? Dion's wrench begins to whir as he pulls out a long, thick bolt from the reactor's base. Nurbeck grabs a long, shiny breaker bar from the bag and begins working on the next nuts. Drago stands beside Gorka as they watch. Gorka feels reassured that a seasoned member is also not contributing alongside him. Several anchor bolts are dislodged and left floating in the air. Nurbeck groans. How many fucking anchors are there? Drago answers. 12, I believe. Nurbeck groans again, and then grunts as he loosens another nut. He says, Now I see why you rushed to get started. So you'd get the power tool and I do it manually. Dion replies, Don't know what you're talking about. Just keep going. Son of a bitch. You have a power tool anyway. Your suit motors are doing most of the work. They're still fucking stuck in there. And I still gotta do the initial push before the motors kick in. Whine. Nurbeck seems to struggle and be unable to press on. An anchor bolt and nut slip out of Dion's hands as he pulls it out of the wrench socket. He tries to snatch it from the air, but instead bumps it with his fingertip, causing the bolt to go flying into the dark corner of the room. Fuck, exclaims Dion. Drago says, Don't lose the fasteners. There are already a few floating away. He asks Gorka, Would you mind getting them? Sure. Gorka begins to carefully walk around, plucking the big anchor bolts and nuts from the air. Dion waits expectantly for Nurbeck before saying, Any fucking day now, Nurb. This one's stuck. Get the heat gun and the WD-40. Oh, come on. Nurbeck backs away with the breaker bar as Drago heats the nut and bolt red with a yellow heat gun. He then applies the WD-40 and the group waits a moment. Nurbeck is now able to turn the breaker bar and soften it up. Finally, says Dion before driving out the bolt. Suddenly a faint light appears on the wall. Raphael has stripped the outer hull, which is now floating off to the side of the hole. Why they can see him from the inside is because he is now slicing the inner hull. Dion remarks, Perfect timing. Nurbeck steps away from the last bolt as Dion descends upon it. With a whir, he pulls it out, then passes it through the air to Gorka. Nurbeck says, All right, let's see if we can move the bitch. He carefully puts his hand on the large reactor and lifts up the machine. Dion comments, Phew, it's not welded or anything yet. Draco says, We would have seen the seams if it was. Surprisingly, they didn't for this one, thus saving us the fuel. Nurbeck leaves it in the air as he steps beside the group. Imagine how hard this would be with gravity. Dion replies, I don't have to imagine. I remember. Looking at the wall, the Muskie has completed half of the cut through the hull. Dion examines the reactor's core, where the fuel rod would be stored. Want to see if there's a fuel rod? Got a few minutes. Nurbeck gestures. Go ahead. Fine. The trio watches Dion float to the side of the reactor and begin fiddling with the latches and valves. Nurbeck says, You're resealing that. Hope you know. I do all the work. I know. Sure you do. Dion opens the hatch and leans inside for a moment. Yep, she's empty. Oh well. Congratulations. You discovered what we already knew. One of us was going to have to check eventually, and you know it. We weren't selling it without knowing if it was empty or not. Well, reseal it now, smart guy. You're now the one who knows the lore of the hatchlocks. And so I am the keeper of this knowledge, replies Dion as he closes the hatch and begins operating the various apparati to secure it again. Blinding lights fill the room as the wall falls away. Nurbeck orders, "Turn off the fucking lights, Raph! You're blinding us!" Oops, snides Raphael as the front lights turn off. The muskie floats away and reveals its backside to the new opening. Draco states, "Now we rotate it so the short end faces the opening. Gorka, do the honors." Gorka floats over and begins to rotate the huge machine as it rests in zero gravity. Nurbeck catches the corner of it, bringing it to a slow halt. He then begins to pull the machine and slide it through the hole in the wall. Gorka hangs onto it, and Draco grabs onto the front of it as it passes him. Dion also grabs on next to Gorka, feeling left out. The group rides the reactor out through the hole. Nurbeck has to press up against it to dodge the wall. After about 20 seconds, Draco says, 14 meters. Decelerate a bit. I'm slowing it. The reactor comes to a halt behind the gas tank of the muskie. Nurbeck says, Fuck. I just realized we need to move the gas tank. Draco says, Already on it. Don't worry. We just put the tank behind the reactor. He floats over to the tether and unsecures the large tank. He pulls it out of the way and moves it alongside the reactor. The remaining trio pushes the reactor forward. Nurbeck halts it, then grabs another tether, securing it. Nurbeck waits expectantly for Draco to bring the tank in. Draco states, We need the transformers now. Oh, replies Nurbeck. Yeah. Draco and Nurbeck float back into the ship and examine the opening. They check between the door and the transformers. Nurbeck asks, You think they'll fit out this way? Draco hums pensively as he creates a holographic square of the passageway. He walks over to the transformers and creates a holographic rectangle, then pulls it over to the square. No, but it's close. There are about 3 square meters of space here. The transformers are about 1.5 square meters wide on the narrow side, and 3.5 square meters tall, the bushings included. Somsack telepaths, disconnect the bushings. The coil thing's on top. That'll get you down to 3 square meters. Nurbeck looks at the 2 large transformers, disheartened as he says, Shit. Me and Raph are coming in to help. We need to get this shit done. Nurbeck wants to make a snide remark, but he feels relieved by the assistance. The group hovers around the 2 transformers as they remove the anchors and disconnect the bushings. Several times, the heat gun in the WD-40 is passed around. As Gorka applies a speed wrench to the bolts of the bushings, he glances around at this disreputable lot. He can't help but feel impressed by their teamwork, in spite of their constant belligerence to one another. Somsack, the leader, is even beside him in sharing the load. Somsack telepaths to him, You're doing good, Gorka. Gorka is surprised to hear this, also at how reassuring it was to hear. He tries to play it off cool so he can fit in. Just doing what I can. Right. Just don't get lazy once you settle in like these pricks. Nurbeck responds, You mean like you? Yeah. Be useful while you still have the anxiety in you. Dion says, Yeah, we need someone being anxious while handling 1,000,000 Cs in equipment. The group finally lifts the large transformers and then slides them through the room, rotating them to fit them out the passageway. They carefully maneuver them behind the large reactor. Dion and Nurbeck tether the transformers together into the reactor. Raphael and Somsek take the armfuls of high-voltage bushings and the tool bag holding the nuts and bolts and set them in a secure compartment inside the muskie. Drago pushes the tank behind the transformers and tethers them together. "All done. Mount up," says Drago. The group remounts the muskie. Somsek speaks.
"Whoa, where you guys going? I thought we were taking the thrusters. Still want those thrusters, Dion?"
"Yeah, I'm good if everyone else is."
"It was your fucking idea, or did you realize how much effort it'll be?"
"Nah, we don't need them. And like I said before, we shouldn't stay here long or we might get blown up." There's a pause. Drago says, "I know several of you have stomachs which are turning and bladders which are bursting. You don't wish to speak out of fear of being marked as the one who dragged everyone down. So let us not needlessly pretend and return home, shall we?" There's a silence, but the group speculates that everyone else is in agreement, though they don't say anything out of fear of possibly being wrong.
"He's right,"
says Nurbeck.
"I need to shit."
Somsek grumbles.
"Yeah, take us home, Raph."
The muskie begins to cruise away from the damaged ship. Raphael says, "Yeah, I do need to piss. Water went right through me." Somsek orders,
"Chikina, depressurize cargo bay."
"Yes, Captain." 7 minutes pass. Dion says, "Hey, look, it's the cricket bar container. We stopping for it?" There is no response, as if no one finds it worthy of comment. 12 minutes pass. The guys cruise around the docking bay, towing a menagerie of devices with them now. The muskie parks alongside the top of the shitbox, and the group dismounts. The cargo bay doors have slowly begun opening. Somsak says,
"Alright, get the shit we want inside and take our shits. Top off our air."
Drago halts with his hand. "Hold. Should we not give the recovery system to the shipyard workers? That way, the system can be installed while we take our break."
"Alright, who here doesn't need to take a break?"
There's a pause. Drago says, "I see. I'll do it myself then." Dion says, "There you go. What a team player." Gorka feels guilty and speaks up. "I'll help. I didn't eat much." "Didn't eat much?" Raphael states, "He means you don't have to shit. Fuck it. I'll help." "Good. The team that didn't do much can pull some slack." "Shut the fuck up, Dion. You do just enough that you can lord it over people and then drop off. And you, Cap, you're supposed to look at their generator. You mostly just sat on the muskie, so don't say shit about us." Dion is caught off guard by this, unable to return fire. He simply asks, "Where'd that come from?" Somsak says,
"Look, I'll fucking get around to it. I just want to eat some fucking enchiladas and take a shit first."
Pause. He adds,
"We're gonna take a break, and we'll go give those assholes what they want. Just separate the tools from the recovery system and transformer. Take the other end with the reactor, then go set the system over by their airlock."
Gorka gazes down at the open cargo bay, which seems more spacious than usual. "We gonna be able to fit everything in there?" Drago says, "Simply move things around. The racks disconnect. Looks like Jax already did it for us while we were returning. Raphael, feel free to take a break. This won't take long, thanks to Jax." Raphael replies, "Well, alright, if you say so." Dion snides. "After all that shit he talked." Drago and Gorka begin to slowly lower the reactor into the cargo bay. The others wait through a pressure cycle, shed their suits, and walk into the rec room. Nurbeck darts ahead of them, disappearing down the stairs into the locker room. Dion asks, "Did he really just—" Somsek mutters,
You motherfucker.
Gantz grins from behind the bar as he sips a thermos of coffee. Welcome back, Somsek asks.
You're here? Is Jax here too?
Gantz points away with his thermos. He rearranged the cargo bay. I was charging in the bridge. So what's the game plan?
Well, Nerb ran to the fucking toilet right away, so I'm waiting on that first. And then these assholes gotta go after me.
Somsak opens a cabinet behind the bar. He rummaged it for a minute. Gantz is using a fork to eat a small tray of enchiladas, drowned in spicy, cheesy sauce and sour cream. Somsak asks,
Dude, are those the last enchiladas?
I guess it is. Go have some raviolis. Somsak groans.
Man, half of what I eat is noodles and pasta with meat sauce. You couldn't just let me have this.
He exhales.
You fucking asshole. Guess I'll be eating goddamn ramen noodles then. Unless you ate the teriyaki pack too.
Raphael's fidgeting a bit, exhaling with frustration. He asks, That bitch is going number 2, ain't he? I need to fucking piss. This was also sent over their group chat, so we can make sure Nurbeck heard it. Dion asks, Oh, you think you're going next? Somsak says,
I'm going next, you fuckers. I'm clenching my ass hard enough to break steel.
You're good at clenching your ass on hard rods.
I will fucking fight you, Dion. Raphael can piss in the fucking sink. He drank mostly water anyway.
Raphael asks, Where was this urgency before?
It came up when I was going through the motions of going to the bathroom, but then a lanky fuck blue-balled me. And I thought you didn't need to piss.
Somsak leans over the bar, speaking to the room and over the group chat. With an exhale through his nose, he states,
So far, this is going okay. Just waiting to see what's going to fuck it all up.
The subtle flush behind the walls causes the three of them to perk up and begin to shuffle over. Nurbeck steps out of the way as 3 angry men stomp down the corridor. Somsak exclaims,
It's about time, you fucking asshole.
Nurbeck walks into the rec room and remarks, See, that's why I rushed the toilet. That'd be me.
Well now, partner.
That's the end of the demo. And you're not even halfway through the whole book yet. So I gotta make some scratch. So I'm gonna point you towards buying the full audiobook, which is available on Audible and probably other places. The ebook is also available on Kindle. It has cool images like character sketches, a picture of the shitbox, a map of the Sargasso, a bunch of symbols of pirate groups and some corporations, and so on. Personally, I think the audiobook is worth it. I don't want to sell you a shit product. I think it's pretty good, and I think it's worth the money. Now, I know it's the pirate way to not pay for things. I personally don't pay for as many things as possible because I have no money. But you see, that's kind of the thing about this, is that I have no money, so I'm going to ask you to pay for a product that I made, poured my heart and soul into it for several months, a lot of suffering, all for your entertainment. So go ahead and go buy the audiobook. I would really appreciate it. See you round, Space Cowboy.